Alrighty. Let me know if anyone's here and if you can hear me. Hello, Syphonia, Kai, or Otterbug, Penguin question mark, Frosty Ash, Sideer, Croactu, Box Tofu, Wolf underscore, Bleak Werewolf, Augmented, Glitchy Bug, Avi Darling, ND, Galactic Anthropologist, Celestin, Draconite, Durgan, Spicy, Sushi Fish 100. Fuck you too, you little bitch. Come here so I can, I don't want to say the word, but where I take my knuckle and I rub your scalp. It sounds too much like a bad word, so I don't want to say it on stream. Hello, Misa, Dr. Mothman, Third World Weeb, Ilrath, Swift Darkness, thank you for the 82-month resub. Hello, Danky, Little Baby Minx, Evolved, thank you for the 22 months. Hello, Regular Matt 99, Eyeless Jack, I don't think you were late. Hello, Little Poppy, Syphonia, Corgi Zach, ZZ, thank you for the 63-month resub. I appreciate it. Hello, Third World Weeb, Box Tofu, Bubble Tea Pop, the double underscore, Beans double underscore, Pit Panther the 42nd, the Dongos, thank you for 13 months. Hello, Roy Fire God, Jess Long, Ty81, thank you, Ritzier, for the 18 months. Hello, Bruce, Charizard, Skiui, Yahoo Chemok, Scariot, Crap Time, Ifriat, Reapy Soul, Lock, Aku, thank you for the 74 months. Thank you, Arlie Dog, for the 14 months. Hello, Robot Mom, Colonel Martyr, Tomps, Pointy Superman, Quetzalcoatl, Can't Hide the Light, Stapler, Haystacks, Joe 2O, Glitch Wizard, thank you for the 10-month reset. Motherfuckers need to slow down. Thank you. Hello, Loy, Poe, Noodle, Keeligin, Spellsling, Third World Weeb. Thank you, Shin Megami, for the 42-month resub. Hello, Enemy Gamer, FBI, Gralix, Judy Uthu, Toner, Shackleford, Chovy, Little Miss Pink, Senselessness, Yance for Twilight's Hero, Rangit for West Grey Fox, Hydrophilic Toaster, Fafman, thank you for the 18 months. Thank you, Twitch and Cheese, for the 72 months. Hello, Pop-Tart, Truby, Dan, Weiner, Big Loogie, Apple for Apple's most creative name. Monkey Fleeks Pooh, it's me, your dog, Seven Wags, thank you for the 19-month resub. Linux, thank you for the 53 months. Reapy, Hairline, Heavy Stone Crab, Linux Maximix, Rick Harrison's Fetus, Kid Pro Quote, thank you for the 67-month resub. Tier 3, thank you, dude. What's going on, fellas? This is probably really fucking weird, huh? This is probably a little awkward. Hello, Punish Corey. Let's see. Oh, God, I can hear myself. Hello, Tummy Rubs, Kerg, Willie Fish, Vulcan, Luminero. Thank you for the 5-month resub. If I missed anyone, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm kind of fucking tired. Kind of sleepy. Turns out being out in the sun all fucking week is takes a little bit out of a man. So, hello, Silver. Yes, Autumn. Oh, man. Hello, Avil. Mentally, I'm alert. But physically, I am like a dick drain Mexican alien, you know? Got a sick ass yeah, I have a tan for the first time since I was like 10 years old. So that's weird. Hello, Cynical Duke. Wearing your sunscreen. Yeah, I'm a princess. I make sure to gold bond my nuts, gold bond my asshole. I got Mitchum, which is like aluminum antiperspirant, and I fucking put that. You know, I make sure that I'm ready to go. You know. Oh, feel good now the sun has kissed you. Oh, something like that. Hello, Ark. Do you not expose your nuts to direct sunlight? Well, Gold Bond isn't sunscreen. It stops you from chafing, basically. Hello, Kid Pro Quo. Thank you for gifting a sub to Spellsing. See, you can already tell I've had like 5 heat strokes. Fucking like 25 near-death experiences. It's rough out there. It's regale your coworkers. I've kissed a coworker already, if you can believe it. We're making moves out there. Autumn happens to be one of my coworkers, so lucky in that regard. Which limb did you lose? My dick. Thank you, Trash Snake, for the 77-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Can't catch the stream, but knowing you're doing... Oh, yeah. Like I felt like I had to stream this weekend because last stream was so strange. So... ideally, I maybe would have relaxed a little bit more before getting right back into it, but I can't leave you hanging on the last note for too long, right? I read that you hate chairs. No, I fucking love chairs. I don't know what I would do without chairs. I think the simplest way to turn our reality into an insufferable hellscape, like if you had one wish to make things terrible for everyone, just make chairs impossible. Get rid of all of them. And I think I'd want to, you know, I think that would be enough for me to hit the GGFF15 go next. Beds, though? Yeah, but there's no lumbar support on the fucking bed. Like, imagine gaming on the bed. That sounds fucking terrible as someone who cannot use phones for it. Thank you, Leonidas, for the 55-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hello, Dianan. Hello, Genso. Thank you for the tier 2 resub. I appreciate it. Thank you, Hinze, for the 73 months. Thank you, thank you. Stream when you want to. Yeah, don't get it twisted. I'm not going to fucking like, yeah, let's stream every day. But I felt that I didn't want to leave on that note for too long. So we'll just go play it by ear because I am tired. You're going to be getting a lot of yawning this stream. So I have to I have to strengthen my physicality for sure. Because, oh man, I'm used to being tired. I'm used to being mentally exhausted, but I'm not used to feeling like my entire body is a singular noodle. Hello, Residentian. Backing up. Yeah. This is going to be the last one at 8. I didn't know when to start. What's going on, Hubert? I have a dog shit chair, but my cat always steals my seat. I'll talk about it, but I'm going to wait a little bit because the thing about talking about this sort of thing is if I talk about it now, I'm going to have to repeat it like 100 times, which is fine, but I don't really want to do that. Thank you, Ramis, for the 40-month resub, but it was good. It was good. The only thing that fucking sucked is I got a jump scare on Sunday. I was like, yeah, okay, Sunday, last day before I have to go out into the sun. They called me in on Sunday, so actually starting out with the epic heckin' 6-day work week, you know? How delightful. Very awesome, very cool. But it's fine. It was fun enough. Thank you, Father of Pearl, for the 90-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Already used LOL. Hello, Yasami. No, it probably helps that I haven't had burnout from working regular jobs for like 100 fucking years, but it was a fun week. I enjoy it. No complaints, really. Hello, Dirty Dan. Just, I'm not used to it. I'm tired. I think I slept for 11 hours 3 times this week. So, yeah, and another thing, too, is I'm probably going to be out of state next weekend. So if I don't stream this weekend, I'm probably not going to be able to stream at all next weekend. So, yeah. I hope you never get there. He called Keelan this afternoon and he was pissed. Well, they're motherfuckers, because, like, I was getting mad. I was getting mad because I had more to do, and I was like, hey, dog, how much more overtime can I get? And they said none. So I guess I'll just go fucking home, because I'm not going to do this shit if I'm just going to leave it unfinished then. Fuck off, right? Thank you, Juby, for the 3-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sounds like you're sleeping better, at least kind of. I've been waking up at 5 in the fucking morning every day to beat the sun. So that sucks. I'm not gonna lie about that. That sucks. Some dog shit. Don't like that part at all. But yeah, you know, wah wah wah. Hello, Mad Cake King. How are the dogs? That's actually the worst part. Is like Sif must hate me so much that I'm gone all day now. I need to start bringing her pup cups. Hate leaving shit unfinished. There's been a few times where I clock out, just keep going. I'm not going to do that. Like, I just... Take pride in most things I do, but I am not going to make that like a precedent, because you do that once or twice and then they start expecting it, right? So fuck that. Absolutely not. No. Feels like I was beat up in my sleep when I'm out for 11 hours. But no, it went really well, because like there was all this doom and gloom, and I think I psyched myself out a little too much. Like, can I do it? Can I work menial labor? You know, am I even a human being? It was easy, like, honestly. And I know that I shouldn't say that week 1, because it's probably not going to stay easy, but it was fine. No problems. fuck, what was I gonna say? Sorry, I'm a little slow. The sun is tough to deal with. I'm not used to being roasted like a fucking chicken strip for hours every day, but I'll get used to it, 200 heat strokes, 15 lost limbs. Yeah, no, it was good. It was fun. It was nice. Change of pace. I know that is a dangerous thing to say because I saw a few people saying something along the lines of it sounds like this is a temporary solution to a permanent problem, and these feelings are going to follow you, and you should instead go to therapy or whatever. I don't, maybe that's true, but it's better than doing nothing. Like, nothing is going to change your perspective forever. Nothing's going to stay good forever. So we'll see, but I like it. I think it's fun. It's nice. My favorite thing about it is I'm not thinking about stupid shit all fucking day. I'm just doing shit, And so once you get into the state, like, waking up sucks. Being fucking annoyed about having to wake up early sucks. But once you're there, it's fun enough. I'm surprised how well I've taken to it. But, yeah, Any cool coworkers? I don't really have coworkers besides Autumn, but I do have a lot of people I have to make friends with. And I have to say, week 1 has been wildly successful in that regard. I think I honestly think I've done a pretty fucking good job this week, all things considered. The start sucked, but I think this is going to sound ridiculous, but I think it's much easier to talk to people in real life than on the internet. I know that is probably not typical. Hello, Ghost Reaper, by the way, but I don't fucking care if, like, this asshole doesn't like me. Like, they don't watch my streams. What do I give a shit about? Like, if you're mad at me for telling you something, oh well, who cares? Like, I don't know. It's surprising. I didn't think that was going to be the case, but it's really not so bad. But I haven't gotten screamed at yet. Some people have gotten mildly irritated at me, but I just don't care. Get nervous on the internet? Well, because on the internet, it's like, okay, this guy wants to talk to me. What is this actually about? Like, how many layers? There's no, like, I don't know, there's no filter there. Like, that you can only take complaints so far in real life before it just breaks down, right? Like, if someone messages me, I don't know if they're going to start talking about, like, coming to my house or, like, doing this shit. So, funny story. I have a lot of funny stories, actually. Hikama. Not at all what I expected to be thinking about today. Is we used to have a guy who really loved his sex doll in the stream as well as the Discord called Hikama. Haven't heard from him in literal years. Literally have not thought about this person in forever. But I guess, like, he's been weird in a different Discord server, and we banned him because he was. I didn't ban him. Like, I don't fucking care at all about this guy. Like, one way or another, I'm actually indifferent. But he would, like, defend sex dolls and say that, like, we need to be sympathetic towards incels because, maybe they've actually just been treated terribly by women or some such nonsense, right? Just a strange fellow. Hello, Damias. Thank you for the resub. What's good, dude? Anyways, doesn't really matter the specifics. It's a strange guy who got banned for being strange. And I guess, like, he was accosted for being strange in a different Discord server. And his immediate thing, like, 4 years after the fact, was, you must be from Tolomeo's Discord server. So I guess they went out on a fucking chase to find out who this Tolomeo guy was and ended up in my Discord asking about Hikama. Strange. I guess he just thinks that there's, like, a Tolomeo cabal following him around, and, I wish that I had that sort of influence on people. Like, yeah, you guys need to gang stalk this guy for, like, 4 years. That shit would be awesome. Thank you, Rocks and Eggs, for the 29-month resub. I appreciate it. But anyways, like, the point I'm making, really long-winded, is on the internet, there's just only so crazy people can get. And usually if they're actually crazy, you can tell pretty early on. And, like, people in real life are just not as intimidating as people on the internet. But I think I'm not really. That's probably because of the things that I've had to deal with talking to people on the internet where I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck does this guy want? I'm sure eventually that will change. Thank you, Rafa, for the 85-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Were we gang stalking? No gang stalking. Hello, Avon the Adept. Internet made? No, I don't know about that. Like I said, I'm not trying to be too high on the hog. It was a good week. I'm sure the fucking honeymoon period will elaborate or not elaborate, like dissipate. Over 6 foot. I know. It's so. God, imagine who I could be if I wasn't 5'10". I think about that at least every minute. Like if I was born 6 foot, maybe not born 6 foot, that probably would have completely destroyed my mother. But, you know, how many manlet presidents are there, right? You could be even shorter. But once you get shorter, it becomes endearing. Like, there's an awful, like, inverse Goldilocks zone where there's, like, I would say 5'8" to 5'10" is the worst place to be as a man. Because if you're 5'11", you can lie about being 6 foot. And it's just, you have plausible deniability. You're close enough. Who gives a shit? Just round up. Rounding error. If you're 5'8", 5'10", you're like, I don't know. It's strange. Like, once you get shorter than that, you're like the funny short guy, the little angry Napoleon guy, and you can own it. But you can't really do anything if you're kind of stuck in between. Just kind of fucking blows. You're just, sometimes average is the worst thing to be. I'm telling you. Like, I would rather be skewed one direction or another rather than being in the center. Being short is better than being a pedophile. Well, I guess that is true. I'm not really certain where that ended up factoring into the equation. Do you just, is that how we're supposed to approach problems? Like, wow, I might have lost the house, but at least I'm not a pedophile. Damn, I really suck at Counter-Strike Go. But hey, I don't touch little kids. Is that the coping mechanism we're supposed to use? Is that the bar now? I guess for streamers and YouTubers, maybe. But I don't think most of you fall under that category, right? I'm short and still get picked on in my old age. Well, you end up becoming like a funny little old man, right? It's endearing. You could say, like, if you're an old man, you could be like, well, in my day I was 6 foot, but I shrank, and most people would believe you. I wouldn't doubt, like, a little old man who told me that. Really gets me is when women make fun of male height, like, lady, you're literally 5'2". Okay, here's my thing, though. What is really kind of, what gets me is when women complain about not being tall. It's like, bro, literally no one gives a shit. Like, nobody, maybe other women do, I guess, but, like, there's nothing, like, people go fucking crazy for short women. Not in a weird way, but it's just, it's fine. No one cares. We want to be tall for power. Guys, yeah, most guys are fine with you being short. Don't need more 6 foot and taller women to tower over us. I go crazy for tall women. Yeah, some people do, and that's fine, but it's not a problem to be a short woman is what I'm saying. You're not going to be mercilessly mocked for being a short woman, I think. I guess I'm not a woman, so maybe that's not in line with your lived reality, but I would be surprised. Trade in my tallness for your small. 5'4" Latina will make you start believing in God. Hello, Goust. Men like to mock short girls. But usually it's not actually mocking. It's kind of flirting, right? Hello, Alowichu. It's neat when Poe wears heels and we're the same height. Thank you, Dwenlight, for the 79-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. We should stop judging people because of their height and start judging them by their testicle volume. Now, that's something I can get behind. I think I have some fucking sloppy-ass nuts. Like, straight up, like, those motherfuckers are like Gucci bags left in the sun for a year. So I got some fat ass, like, I don't even know if they're big nuts. I just got like a lot of sack, Sack boy, little big planet. Some friends flirting with short women always came off creepy how they reference the height difference. Yeah, like, you're so short, I could just pick you up and throw you. I've, not really related to that. I've heard some women say, I mean, maybe men say it too. I don't know. I've never heard a man say it, but oh my god, it's so cute. I could just like squish it to death, in reference to say like a kitten or a hamster or a gerbil. Glad Otter could confirm that. Wait, what does she say? It's true. Don't. Hello, Hippo Stabber. I wrote that super weird. I mean, because you tell. I don't really. Okay, do I talk about my nuts that often? Is that a recurring theme? Is this like the Billie Eilish shit where I'm just talking about this stuff constantly? Yes, okay. Thank you, Vonkin Islander, for the 25-month resub. I appreciate it. I don't really consider saying like, oh, my nuts itch, or I bet my left nut, to be describing my nuts. Like, that's, I guess I should elaborate. Like, I don't, oh yeah, bro, like, they're so hairy and the left one is bigger. Oh, I might not have wrinkles in my brain, but let me tell you, I more than make up for it with the scrot. I don't know. Maybe I do. I say a lot of shit. I've heard this as well. I've been informed that cuteness aggression is very real and wanting to be violent when something cute is... I've never had that. I'm worried I'm going to hurt it. What tone are your nuts? I have skin tone 5 nuts. This is going on the wiki nuts. Which way does your dick lean? X. Misa, I know what you're trying to do. It's not going to work on me. I'm enlightened when it comes to these sorts of perverse tactics and strategies. Black Bag, Hoyt Cheetos, you're the scrope goat. Do pussies lean one way or another? I mean, I'm sure there's some manner of asymmetry. You got like your fat fold and your Eugenia fold, or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Is it Takes Two? No. I need to beat this pool game. Like, this shit is... This is the albatross now. We've got... I played this pool game on Steam. It says 35 minutes of playtime, and I think we saw, like, one room in the fucking pool game. It's like, this shit has to be done and dusted. We gotta defeat this. One of the most difficult games I have ever played. So, is the tier list also on the menu? I guess we could. I don't know, maybe. I want to see it. Yeah, I kind of do, too. I like this pool stuff, and, it's nice and relaxing to get back into it. What are your thoughts on accountants? I don't think I've ever known one. I'm sure they're fine enough. Oh, I need to tell you about something insane that I heard. So, get this. One of my new hobbies is I like to listen to conservative talk radio now. I know how that sounds, but I don't agree with a lot of American conservative opinions in general. I'm not inherently against all things conservative, I guess, but 90% of the time I disagree. But I do think I should listen to what the other side says, just to get an idea of what's going on the other side of the pool. Is he pissing? Is he shitting? Bubbles? Thank you, 5-Star Ninja, for the Tier 3 resub of 57 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. You might be thinking, oh my god, he's back to start. This isn't even a political discussion. It's just... Even if you were on the right, like you were like the most hardcore, like, rightoid or whatever the fuck, you were a chad, you would fucking hate this guy I was listening to. It was the dumbest shit I've ever heard of in my life, but it was the funniest shit at the same time. So I changed the title of my Discord's main channel because I needed to remember it, because it was like 5 in the fucking morning and I needed to make sure to commit it. Hello, Big Bro Bot. So they're talking about illegal immigrants and all this bullshit nobody cares about. But he started talking about how, like, the illegal immigrants, the are you all familiar with the, I don't know if it's a turn of phrase or whatever, but it's a common saying, like, out there in the ether. Like, there are things out there in the ether, furries, pamper shoes, diaper furs, there's, like, weird shit in the unknown, right? Like, that makes sense? Well, he's talking about these goddamn Mexicans out in the Ethernet. And I was like, wait, Autumn. Did he just say, like, there's fucking cyber cholos out in the Ethernet that we need to be worried about? These fucking goddamn illegal immigrants out in the Ethernet. You gotta be careful out there, bro. And I'm just like, oh my fucking God. Like, what is this guy talking about? Like, what the fuck do you mean out in the... That does not mean what you think it does, homie. Like, there's no bad hombres over TCP/IP protocol crossing the firewalls. We need to build a bigger firewall. Christ almighty. Like, fuck me. This is... Why am I listening to this shit? Is this, you could just say, like, there's Mexicans that we need to be careful for out in the Ethernet, and people like, yeah, this guy, he tells it like it is. Like, good God, man, what the fuck? Oh man, I need to listen to that more. Is this how they get you? Is this the pipeline? It starts with, like, the fucking, the hacker hombres, the cyber cholos. And then you just, you know what? Maybe they're right. Hello, Valk. They're in my fucking computer. That's why they shut down Omegle. Too many immigrants coming into our ether. Old as shit. Thought the Ethernet cable connected to the Ethernet. He wasn't talking about anything digital, though. Like, it was... He meant to say out in the ether, but he said the Ethernet, presumably because he thought that it would make him sound smarter. And I guess maybe that would work if you've never used a computer before, but I guess maybe not his target demographic. I don't know how old he is. He didn't sound like a doddering old man. Hello, Mass Guide. Maybe he meant ethereal immigrant ghosts? Maybe. Maybe I should become like a talk show host. Maybe that would be good. I think I could come up with better material than that. Some Zoomers sound dumb like old people. Podcast still more... Oh, okay, so here's the thing, Ramelia. I can insult someone who is on the right without it being like an attack on everything you believe. Like, yeah, Biden's weird. We all know that. We love going to the for Biden forest, but it's not meant to be like a personal knife to your belief system or anything like that. I just thought it was funny that he was... talking about the Ethernet in that regard. Thank you, Nepotism, for the 17-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Speaking of which, if we do... Oh, maybe not. Let's not get too political, but I just don't know who all these Biden lovers are. I feel like almost everyone on the left is calling him like Genocide Joe, and, you know, we need to get Trump back in. He'll definitely do right by the Palestinians. Whatever. It's strange. I don't see very many nice things about that man from either side. I think that might be one of the more bipartisan issues in America right now. Need to double check my Ethernet cable now. Biden funnier than Trump don't matter. I don't know about that. Trump's kind of funny. Trump's a meme machine. I don't agree with most of the things, virtually anything he says, but he is funny. Hello, Zero T Beat. Hello, Smart Alec. It's just like it's like you don't want the funny person. Like, it's not an intentional kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna have like a. But he's just funny in spite of himself, right? I don't know the part. Like, I'm a terrible person, but like when it was back in 2016, and he did like the mock a disabled reporter. It got a chuckle out of me. I'm not gonna lie. Does that make me a horrible, awful human being? Yeah. Yeah, it sure does. But, like, I don't know. You're watching this shit, like a political speech, and he just starts breaking out like the fucking Little Caesars pizza, like he's having a fucking panic attack, and there's just something funny about it. My brother voted against Trump because he's mean, and if that's the only shallow reason for voting, you shouldn't vote. You're right, Trump talking about the one terrorist leader dying like a dog was funny at the conference. He makes funny faces sometimes, like that one where he's like, I don't know. It sounds too much like I'm not. I don't like Trump, but I think he's funny sometimes. You got to give credit where credit is due. Although usually it's not because of him wanting to be funny. You should vote. It's your right to do so. If you don't vote, then you're shallow. Like when he jerks off the invisible dicks. That one's awesome, dude. It's a good dance. Like, they should add that one to Fortnite. I think it could be good. don't vote for either party. As the years keep going, other parties have been getting more and more of the vote. I think third parties in America are usually a psyop. That's my personal opinion. Want you to squander your vote, and they want you to make you feel like voting doesn't matter at all, and that voting in a new president is supposed to broadly change the entire foundations of government. It's all just shit to disenfranchise you. The way it's set up is there's no way to get change except for incrementally, and withholding your vote or anything like that is not going to do what you think it's going to do. That's my opinion, at least. It sucks. It's an unideal circumstance for literally everybody, but it's not great. Read some shit about U.S. government on Wiki. It turns out President even do much besides veto. You guys are crazy about shit. Well, yeah, a lot of people don't. The sad state of affairs is there's probably a lot of Americans who can't name the three branches of government. The executive, legislative, and judicial branch. You got Congress, got the Supreme Court, different circuits of judges, and then you have the executive branch, which is the president and the cabinet. You can have a president voted in, but if you lose Congress, you're not going to do anything worth a shit unless you use executive orders, which can be challenged by taking them to, say, the Supreme Court, or just simply overturned when the next guy gets in. So it's meant to be like a wholly unproductive morass where unless you somehow, one side gets, everything in an election cycle, it is going to be difficult to instate meaningful change, regardless of whether it's the Republicans or the Democrats. Because even when Trump was president, they wanted to overturn the ACA Obamacare, and they had a majority in everything, if I recall correctly. I think they had the House, the Senate, a slim margin in the Senate, and they had the executive branch, and they failed to pass it even though they had everything. Because once you have a majority in everything, you start getting individual senators or representatives who want to filibuster you for one way or another. And Mitch McConnell thought he had the votes to repeal the ACA, but it turned out John McCain, Barack Obama's rival at one point in history, went up in theatrical fashion and thumbs down the ACA repeal, and the vote failed, and everyone was very upset. Acting like Mitch McConnell isn't scum? Am I? I hate that cunt. Thank you, Kangles, for the 52-month resub. I appreciate it. I'm just saying that there's never, even if you have majorities, whether it's the right or the left, nothing ever gets fucking done. Hello, remember, Cleve, with at one point, Obama, when he was doing the ACA, had a majority in everything and wanted to have a public option. And I believe the asshole's name was Joe Lieberman, a Democrat, was like, oh, no, actually, no. This is how it's set up. Thank you, Divine Aura, for the 24-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So it ended up being a really shitty version of what was initially planned. And when something like that goes through or fails, you lose all of your political goodwill, and then you're just, yeah. But I would say, by and large, Congress is far more important than the president. The president's usually just a figurehead to some degree. That's why we kind of see a shift to things like Trump, where Trump's very good at being meme material, very good at advertising, and people can never fucking stop talking about this cunt. And that's what you want, ideally, because the president, you don't really need to do anything if you just rubber stamp everything, and, So, a lot of the time, the cabinet of the president does most of the work anyways. Thank you, Violent Peanut Butter, for the 30-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. People will say that Joe Biden's held up by his handlers in reference to the fact that a lot of it is probably his cabinet doing one thing or another, but that's that's every fucking president. So, I don't know, man. That's pretty universal. I imagine when Trump was out there playing his little golf, it was a similar situation where you had Kushner and everyone else huddling around to figure out actual policy. Hello, Rumbles. Most of Biden's admins from Obama is basically Obama retirement home. Yeah. Going to be held up by a walker soon. Some presidents are smart. Some figureheads are good for moral. Yeah, it's not like every president's has been a stupid piece of shit, but I think it's moving in the direction where it's more so specifically with Trump, I guess. But even with Obama, like Obama, you say what you want about Obama, but he was very appealing. He was very palatable. People liked Obama. People enjoyed his cadence, his way of speaking. So people weren't really voting for him necessarily because they were really informed on his policy. It was just he ran a good campaign. That's always been a factor to some degree, but I think it's increasing. Hello, Trinus. Oh, Obama kind of the old carpet. Yeah, he loves his drones. You know, sometimes I'll go up to Obama and I don't know Obama, I swear. Autumn, and I'll go, oh, Obama, drone strikes. And it makes her laugh every time. It's the dumbest thing in the world, but she always forgets that I do that sometimes. So, little did we know, all you need is the pack machine behind you. I think personally, I've said it for years now, we need angry Hispanic grandma with a chancla. That's who we need to vote. Oh, we need to vote. And always forget sometimes. Yeah, sorry. If you really pay attention to the things I say, you're going to find a lot of discrepancies. It turns out when you speak nonstop for hours and hours and hours, you don't always abide by perfect syntax, structure, etc. To be fair, we should have expected it from the guy with a bomb in his name. I think that was a swing and a miss. People got mad at Obama because he was a neoliberal and they expected more king-like. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Hello, Poseidon. So. I didn't want to get into like a political morass after supposed to be a stream that you know. I just needed to talk about the cholos and the Ethernet. The essays in the Ethernet. Too late. So. Damn. Mocking me already, huh? You should get political more often? No, it's just fucking annoying. Like, a few people like it, but really it's just like, oh my god. It's like when the uncle starts spouting off at Thanksgiving dinner. No one's really saying shut the fuck up. And there might be one or two people who engage with it, but everyone else is just like, oh my fucking god, please stop talking, you know? The essays in the Ethernet. Everyone said, yeah, I mean, I am too to a degree, but it's an easy thing to talk about. It's not, you can sit there and yammer on about it until, oh, okay, something even worse. All right, you're going to regret getting me off course because the next thing I want to talk about is way worse. Today's a good day. I woke up and I was happy. You want to know why? Take a guess. Hello, Sifronian. She's, I think maybe two people in here will maybe have a handle on why my day started good today. New Year's... No, I don't... Who fucking cares about that? I want to read one of my favorite memes to you guys. I want to share. You've probably all seen it. No, there's no such thing as Boy Pussy Saturday. AC on... No. You're all way off. Your wife showed you boobies when you... No. 84-year-old grandfather tells me he's joined a message board devoted to discussing cars. Based on the way he speaks, he clearly had no idea what a message board was until very recently. Shows me some of his post history. Enjoys posting stupid, obviously false, and ridiculous information just to see how people reply. He doesn't know the term shitposting or trolling, so he says, I'm jerking their chains, and scrolls down, busting a gut with laughter. So he reads off some of the replies. An 84-year-old man is an online troll, genuinely ashamed to be his grandson. So first and foremost, this person's a piece of shit. You're using like a little dumbass anime avatar talking shit on your awesome grandpa. Fuck this person. This person's a piece of shit. Throw him into the compactor. Thank you, Flame Resistant, for the 39-month resub. I appreciate it, but I got to jerk people's chains today. There are very, very few opportunities where the innocent cherub that I am, I feel like going out and causing problems on purpose. But I have one thing near and dear to my heart, in which I can once in a literal blue fucking moon, I get the opportunity to go there and jerk a lot of chains. European chains. So there's a League of Legends tournament going on right now, and America has been doing complete, like, awful, terrible, just getting owned. And the EU teams and the EU fans are like, why do you even let these Americans in here? What the fuck is wrong with it? We kicked out an EU team today. Against all expectations. Fucking knock those bastards out. And they get so mad on Reddit if you go there and just talk about, and it's not even true. Like, EU's better than America. But, like, sometimes I like to go down to the French Quarter and tell those baguettes what I think of them, you know? I go in there and start saying, like, man, fuck these EU frauds, fucking European lobsters. Like, good God almighty. Wild card region, you guys are terrible. And then they'll be like, you guys have imports. I'm like, yeah, these EU imports are paycheck stealers. Fucking idiots. Like, get these Europeans out of here. Send them to Australia. Guys are a bunch of fucking bums. Just saying the dumbest shit. And I don't even look at the responses. Like, I just... The fact that I'm getting responses is just gets me high on the hog, you know? And I like Europeans. Like, I think Europe is way better than America. I think, most honorable people I've met on Twitch have been European streamer-wise, like Sire, Max, Helbuda, great fucking dudes. But they get, with League specifically, like, the European fans get so goddamn mad when you start saying shit like that, and it's so funny. Like, because they'll just sit there and talk shit on everyone, and then suddenly it's like, oh, maybe the team was sick, you know? They choked. They just had a bad day, man. Fuck. It's just awesome. But NA sucks so bad that it never happens. I never get a chance to jerk anyone's chain. But today I was like, oh boy. NA won. It's time to log on to Reddit and post stupid shit all day. So that's... Maybe I'm not a good person, but... Oh man. I just always get a kick out of it. I wonder how many trolls don't look at responses. Yeah, I literally don't care what they have to say. Like, if they're responding to me, they're mad. It's just... Because it's just such an obvious bait. It's just stupid, the shit I post. So if they're responding, it's going to be someone who's, like, sitting there listening to, like, fucking 69 Temptation, like, emo boy rap, like, crying. Oh, I hate League of Legends. I don't even play that game anymore. I haven't played that game consistently since 2015, I think. It's been 9 years. Still just, I don't know. It's just a good time. The United Jerking of Chains? Yeah. I used to spend a lot of time as a small child doing things like that on, like, game FAQs, Cerebi.net. I just... catch you fellers on the flip side. Have a good... I've already killed everyone with the League of Legends chat. Maybe we can adjourn. Maybe I've succeeded in my duty already. League with Russ, Helblina, and Max. That will never happen. Sometimes it's fun. Yeah, it's never, like, mean-spirited. I'm never, like... I mean, I guess it kind of would be mean-spirited if, like, the professional players in question saw me calling them bums. But, like, I'm not... like, actually really talking shit to anyone in particular, like, on the whatever. I just, like, jerking some chains. Europeans get so mad when you insult Europe. Yeah, it's weird because they're so much better. Like, in a lot of ways, like, healthcare, like, Europe seems like a nice place to be sometimes, but oh my god. If you really want to piss Europeans off, I have the silver bullet. I have the silver bullet for a lot of groups of people. You know, I realize now I haven't talked to you about my excursion to the Renaissance Fair on Saturday. We were invited by a couple of friends, and they brought a cripple. A guy who, I don't know what his disability is. I don't really fucking care. Walking on crutches and stuff. It's like a physical disability. And me and him became fast friends. Like, we started talking, and like 15 minutes later, we were talking about writing a book called The Jew and the Cripple. So, talked about, he's another, like, weirdo who just knows all this dumbass internet shit. So we're talking about, like, diaper furs at the Renaissance Fair, and sure as shit, it was cosplay day on Saturday, and there were furries, and we'd just be, like, sitting there tut-tutting at the furries. Cooler Matt has obtained Jew. I'm just cramming a project for finals, so it was a good time. Jew, sorry, I said Jew. He started calling me a golem. And then I started calling him a cripple. So I don't think I've ever heard like a person in real life refer to Jewish people as golems. So I got a big kick out of it. See any gnomes? Don't forget the NTR. Right. I forgot that I told the Discord about this story. So, God, what was I even talking about with him? I ended up invoking Tony Pizza in a conversation in real life with a cripple at the Renaissance Fair. Because we were talking about things like how weird it is that people will say, I enjoy this porn, but I would never be interested in it in real life. So I said, basically, if someone told me, like, I like to masturbate to, like, sexualized pictures of dogs that are drawn, but I'm not interested in dogs in real life, I probably wouldn't believe them. I don't think I would be willing to accept that personally, is what I told him. Because I was like, we have this guy named Tony Pizza who says you're into this, like, cock NTR shit, but never in real life. And I don't know if I buy it. Like, I on one hand, Tony doesn't have someone who's willing to admit to liking that particular kind of porn in the first place is very forthcoming and honest to, like, maybe a negative degree. So I don't know why they would pick that point to lie. But I don't know, man. Explain tentacle porn then? Autumn, I have seen videos of women shoving eels up their ass against my will. Mind you, but, like, there are absolutely people who are into that shit in real life. Like, and they shit him out, too. Like, they fire him. Oh, he knew what a ping pong show was, too. I couldn't fucking believe it. Like, the cripple. I was like, and he's like, yeah, I've been to one. And I'm like, oh, my fucking God. Like, this is unbelievable. And the other people we were with were like, ping pong show, like, we're people in Thailand good at ping pong, and I'm just like, oh my fucking God, they're never gonna want to, like, hang out with us ever again, because I'd let him explain to them what a ping pong show was, and it was fantastic. It was great. Ping pong. So here's the thing, Kojumbo, like, the cripple is very internet savvy, but the other people we were hanging out with are the opposite. They're very normie. One of them, the only exposure he has to anything internet related is my stream, and only sometimes. So a lot of this shit, him and his wife just have no fucking clue. So it was a great time. Thank you for the 14 months, Fakey. I appreciate it. Imagine being handicapped probably leads to being online a lot. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, what else happened that I need to talk about? And I think that's mostly everything. I think that about sums up the juicy bits, but I'm trying to jog my noggin. Yeah, I like trolling League of Legends forums, Reddit specifically. Hello, Kinesia. Right, Europe it's confusing to me because in my mind, when you're in a position of, being better, you don't need to constantly assert your superiority. Like, if you go around talking about how good you are and how much better you are than X, it's like it reeks of insecurity, right? So it's weird to me because I agree that, like, in a lot of places with Europe, they are better to be just like a normal citizen. From my perspective, from the outside looking in, so I don't understand what the hang-up is there. But it's just weird how maybe not Britain. Like, I can kind of understand, like, being resentful of being British. Like, all of the fucking teeth jokes and stuff. That one I understand. But I don't know. Hello, Afro Panda. Right, silver bullets. I asked this cripple what he thought my stream audience would be mostly comprised of, because he knows that I'm a streamer. I've been brought up in discussion with our mutual friend. So I was just like sitting there and asking him these questions because he expressed interest in it. And I'm like, okay, so if you had to guess, like, what my chat would be like what the primary occupant would be, racists. It was basically seemed to be the direction it was going. Like, I'm the king of racism on Twitch.television. Just because I'm offensive, I'm abrasive, and I'm like, no, dude, I'm a gay icon. Can you believe it? And he didn't, because it's so, like, on its face, unbelievable to say something like that. You have people like Joel saying like gay icon Tolomeo or whatever. I don't believe that to be the case, but it's just like, yeah, um, you know me, a gay icon, fucking look like a bum, homeless, got my facial hair looking like a goddamn like Norse giant's pubic hair. It's weird. Um, so I told him how to kill gay people. Not literally. I would never advocate for that. But like if you really want to piss them off, if you want a silver bullet to really upset the gays, I know the secret sauce. Thank you, Nacho Man, for the 88-month resub. And I said, you just need to start talking about Paramount and their lead singer, Halsey Williams. And they get so mad over it. It's funny. I don't know why that bothers them so much. They really like idolize this Haley Williams lady. So if you say Halsey Williams and like call the band Paramount, like Paramount Pictures, it's just it rubs them the wrong way. So it's a way to hate speech without actually being hateful. And I figured out with Europeans, I'm gonna tell you a secret about Europeans. If you're ever in a conversation with them and they're talking about how much better they are and they mention how racist we are, ask them about the Romani. Ask them about the Romani people and their opinions on them. Not Romanians, but the Romani. They're not actually the same thing from what I understand. And they will start, oh my God, like you don't understand, you stupid American. We're racist towards these people for a reason. Like, oh, you can wind them up pretty easy with that simple trick. So awful about yeah, it's weird. I don't have a great record of treating Jews nicely either, but they deserve it. Like what? It's like how really racist people in America talk about black people. There's a lot of similarities, honestly. It's interesting, but it's just not considered to be the same thing. So even a lot of white people, I guess, only view racism as racism if it targets black people. Tolomeo's racist tricks? Well, no, it's exposing Europeans' racism, not really being racist yourself. So, it's my suggestion. I've never actually invoked this. Maybe one day, trolling League of Legends forums, I'll have the opportunity. But I've seen it. I've been party to these conversations where I'm not a participant. And it... One day I need to go to Max's chat and ask them how much they like the Romani and see what happens. My mom is mad racist to Asians. Doesn't think it's racism. It's so stupid. Yeah, it's weird. So into politics, into racism, League of Legends, we're hitting all of the great topics that people love to discuss tonight. What a wonderful fucking Saturday night. All Europeans hate each other. Well, I feel like a lot of the times it's understandable. A lot of Asian countries hate one another too. Like you're not going to find a lot of Chinese who have love for the Japanese or the Taiwanese or, you know. So there's stuff like that all around. I mean, fuck, dude. Like, I have to go to fucking Arizona? No, not that. It's another dumb fuck state. What state is it? God. Arkansas. That piece of shit state. Like, who fucking cares about Arkansas, dude? Like, the only thing I know about that place is it has flies that are huge as fuck. That if you swat at them, they don't move. And they fucking explode into a geyser of blood all over you. And that Boogie lives there. So it must be the worst place on earth. Hello, Richter. Hello, Chumpsy. Lazy Moon. Been good. Hello, Half Talon. Microtonal Matt. People that live there, I don't know, man. There's just... Sometimes I really fucking hate Texas, but when you go to places like... Oklahoma or Arizona or Arkansas or Mississippi or New Mexico or Kansas or fucking like basically any state that isn't like Florida, Texas, California, New York, like who gives a shit? So I get it. I get like at least Louisiana has Mardi Gras, I guess. That sounds fun. But yeah, everywhere else outside of New Orleans doesn't seem that great. I guess Georgia has the whale sharks, but yeah. Colorado. Yeah, you could go skiing there. A lot of Texans go there for a holiday. So legal weed, you can go skiing. I would probably end up like dying, knowing how clumsy I am. U.S. weren't a single country. Y'all be at war 20. Yeah, yeah. For seriously, like there's some people who want to go to war with other states already. So Minnesota's rad. We ain't got shit, but we're cool. Not even. No, Hawaii's awesome. But I don't really. It's not part of the contiguous continental United States. I don't really consider Alaska and Hawaii to be the same thing. They are states, of course, but it's not the same part of the world. Get high and move at high speeds down icy slope. What could go wrong? Americans are a bunch of cowards. Personally, I think if I had to get rid of one state, God. It's a tough one. I'm gonna have to say Kentucky. Fuck Kentucky. It's a stupid name too. Like that place sucks. U.S. is just the prototype of the EU. Fuck the fried chicken, dude. Every single chicken place is better than KFC. Fucking Popeyes, Zaxby's, Bojangles, Chicken Express, Golden Chick. Every single one is better than KFC. Maybe that wasn't always the case, but now? Like imagine, and think about what you just said, right? I say Kentucky, and fucking you immediately go to the chicken. That's just the only thing they have going for them is KFC. That sounds awful. Thank you, Neko, yourself, for the tier 3 resub. Appreciate the 52 months. What's up, playa? How are you? Man, oh man. Hello, Raw Bagel Eater. Hello, Toutsnot Geo. Thank you for the 75 months. I appreciate it. KFC really is dumpster tier? Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it. I also have Mitch McConnell. I wasn't even thinking about that, but yeah, I guess you're right. Where's that one bitch from? The one who shot the dog. What state does she hail from? You know who I'm talking about. South Dakota? Alright, fuck that place too. Place sucks. Dakota bit? Yeah, who the fuck comes from Dakota? There are even people in here from Dakota. Christy Noam? Yeah, that lady. We gotta get the brainworm guy on stream? No, thanks. Ohio has fucking JD Vance, fuck that guy. Dakota Fanning's children. I'm from North Dakota originally. Only people I met from Dakota were Native American. All one of them. It's like how I'm discriminatory towards the Vietnamese for a really stupid reason. I'm sure all Vietnamese are great, but the only person I've ever met... Well, I guess that's not true. I met two. But my first introduction to Vietnam was I mentioned a Vietnamese kid who always like played League of Legends with a group of e-girls and was like mad annoying all of the time. So I was like, wow, I guess everyone in Vietnam is this child. So maybe that's not fair. Perhaps that's not right. But I don't know. I'm kidding, but like, fuck me, dude. A Vietnamese guy I know at work recommends people have a wife and mistress. Yeah, there's a lot of people with cavalier attitudes towards adultery. My sister has expressed that to me, like how it's really rough in a lot of places. Younger people are just like, well, everyone's a cheater, so I guess I'll be a cheater too. It's just normal. Why Tolomeo, the Drake versus Kendrick beef made me really appreciate your stance on the term PDF file. Can stand hearing women who have not quite reached 18. Sounds like you were jelly. No, we had our own fucking group of ladies. Don't get it twisted. Like, I've talked about how I got naked pictures from a woman once for being so good at Mordekaiser Mid. That's just... You had to be there. Like, it was a different time in 2012 when the best song ever was the Gangnam Style and we all played League of Legends. You know. Hello, Sardero. What's up? Never heard this? I can't imagine how. I've said it so many times. Like, it was weird. K-Dot killed that man. Goddamn. Got naked pictures to be good at Vermintide. That shit's my lifeblood. Still the best song. Wait. Practically opens every street. Yeah, it's like Billie Eilish. You can't keep it out of my mouth. I don't know shit about Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef. I know Drake has that one song where it's like, you used to call me on the cell phone late night when you needed memes. I don't fucking know. I remember the dance he does in that video is really weird. But for me, Drake will always be the guy in the wheelchair from Degrassi. There's a song where he calls himself a lesbian. Let's go lesbians. Yippee. Patriarchal culture, man. It's like my extent of knowledge was calling fit. Yeah, I know. We talked about it briefly a couple weeks ago, I think, about how he was like texting the girl from Stranger Things and how that was weird. And, you know, I don't know. I guess like people come from different walks of life, but I cannot envision a scenario where I would like voluntarily text a 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old. It's weird. Like, that's not something, like, I feel like 99% of people would never do that. No, that's like one thing if you're out in the world and like a fucking 16-year-old comes up and talks to you or family or whatever, but hey, you got boy problems, let's text about it. 15-year-old. Ugh. I actually stole Hotline Bling or something. It's almost always Arrested Development with celebrities. The thing is that I just don't... Okay, so Arrested Development's more than a TV show, right? That's when you're just like a stunted human being. Like, you haven't had to grow, you haven't faced adversity, you've been pampered silver spoon, like stunted motherfucker, yeah? Computerless citizen, what's up, dude? Think that's what that means. You know, context clues... I'm like a feral child. PTSD-ish? Alright, okay, so if I'm wrong, let me read the definition of this. Arrested Development. I cannot go on my tirade. I've never seen the show, by the way. I don't watch a lot of TV. A plateau of development in some sphere has been reached. Oh, that's a very familiar idea. Causes arrested development in adults when trauma impairs your ability to develop full emotional maturity. Okay. Yeah, I don't care. There are plenty of people who have, and I'm not saying you're advocating for this AF, but like, we talked about this in one of the Skyrim streams. I'm sick to death of people who, like, oh, you know, you had a rough childhood and it led to molesting children. Fuck you. Die. TBH. It really irritates me when people go out to bat for these fucks who do these terrible things because they had like a rough upbringing or had some sort of traumatic event. Welcome to the fucking club, Pegasus-sister. It's 2024. Fighting for our motherfucking lives. Hot Cheetos are $5 a bag. It's rough out here. And the overwhelming majority of people who have these things happen to them can manage to recover in a way that does not involve victimizing other people. So I have literally zero sympathy for anyone who's like using that as an excuse or whatever. It's ridiculous. It's your favorite cocktail? I like pina coladas. It's a terrible stream once. This stream and now I do all kinds of crimes and it's your fault? Yeah. You're less likely I have no baggage than baggage at this point? Yeah. I mean, there's just too much happening, right? Thank you, Nerdbird, for the 102 months. I appreciate it. How are you, dog? Back in the fucking yesteryears of society, maybe you lived out on like a fucking farm your entire life, but there's just so much bullshit that happens to literally everyone now. That how can you be like of sound mind and with all of this bullshit going on constantly, right? Like everything I would talk shit about, like I have to use the phone now for work, right? And it pisses me off because like if I click one thing that's like, I don't know, Dragon Ball Z related. Well, get ready to hear about Dragon Ball Z popping up in everything because of my algorithm. That sounds like a tangent, but it's just if you fall into like a rut or a bad situation or you're upset and you like start looking at something to try to help, you just the algorithm will just push you down the fucking hole and you're just doom scrolling. And I wonder how many people are stuck just sitting there fucking like intentionally subjecting themselves, self-flagellating with awful news and like how everything's going to shit. Hello, Gravedigger Dampy. What's up, dude? I'm looking into AI advertising. I hate the word algorithm because I feel like a lot of people use it as a coping mechanism too. Like, oh, my YouTube video didn't do good. My stream didn't do good. It's the algorithm's fault. Okay. I'm sure that happens sometimes, but a lot of the time it just seems like, all right, man, okay. Thank you, Hoyfs, for the 49-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So an example of how like algorithms are fucking annoying is if we take that what they say about it at face value, you're demonetized if you and like your video is put in like lower priority if you use words like suicide or any other. And so it leads to like when you commit the act of leaving the game of Minecraft, it can be very traumatic for the people close to you. I don't like the infantilization of language when it comes to topics with any sort of gravity. It's pretty fucking annoying. And I don't know. All my porn sites are using the same fucking AI horse pussy ad, and I fucking hate it. They're shoving MLP feral AI pussy in my face. I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. Like, it's so easy to ad block on those sites that if you're getting AI horse pussy shoved into your face, quote unquote, you must, like, some part of you must like it. And that's okay. It's alright. We all have, I heard of some guy who really liked goblin short stacks and horse cocks. So, there's a lot of people who share your interests, I guess. These ads are linked to your interests. And it's unfucking usable without ad block. Sit across a bunch of different clients every day, and part of what Google does, they track who you're interacting with and recommend stuff that person's interested in. Oh, God. AI horse pussy's making me so mad, but I'm on mobile. Oh. How the fuck do you... What's going on? I like to pink. They blocked porn in many states? No, they didn't. They tried to. But here's the fun thing about porn. And why we get another bullet point on the long list of reasons why this banning pornography thing is ridiculous. You're never going to find a way to block all of them. So what it ends up actually doing is you go to more obscure and niche sites and you push people who are addicted to porn to more and more unregulated sites. And it's just that I'm not an expert on this sort of thing, but I feel like that can't be good. There's no way that's a good thing. Speaking of ads, I saw YouTuber advertise straight up loan shark loans today. We're so cooked. Learn nothing from Prohibition. My Google Images bros. You remember when we were 11 and you'd look up naked ladies on Google image search? Were you ever one of those people where I was 11 and I'd be like naked 11-year-olds? As an 11-year-old, because I was like, oh yeah, this is normal. And it's like, oh, thank God my dad didn't get fucking banned. Because I didn't know anything about like any of that bullshit when I was that age, so I thought it was perfectly normal. I don't think my parents ever found out though, so I didn't volunteer the information. Nothing ever happened. Fucking looking up girls kissing on Gaia online when they had to play or uploaded videos. Google big boobs. I'm feeling lucky. Oh, porn roulette. How exciting. You guys ever feel like you have committed an obscenely heinous crime after masturbating? Like, holy shit, I'm a monster. I'm so fucked up, but minus the hospital and the unconscious woman. 11's still like, okay, but you need to understand, like, I don't want to get into it too much, but like the last stream, I was a terrible stream in terms of like articulating a lot of the ideas. I'm like wired differently from the average person, and I don't mean that necessarily in a good way, because I virtually had the life of a feral child. I was homeschooled basically my entire fucking life, and I the majority of my adult life has been the streaming shit, so it's always been like a strange, off the beaten path kind of way. There's been like 1 or 2 years of normalcy somewhere in there, but it's just weird. So when I was a kid, when I was 11, I was very strange. I still am very strange, but it's just, surprisingly enough, when you have like a small little child not interacting with people and just staying on the fucking computer all day, it makes you a little bizarre. We're all strange in some way. I mean, like, to a different level, though. I mean, this probably sounds like, oh my god, holds up sport, Tumblr, so unique and quirky, but I don't know, man. Fucking everyone's so good and normal, and it's just like, holy shit, what the fuck is wrong with me, Maybe not here. No offense. Like, people here can hang with my brand of bizarreness. But, like, okay, think about it this way. Right? How many streamers regularly come in here? Like, even other streamers find me bizarre and off-putting. That's very bizarre, right? Like, everyone has like a network of epic heckin' streamy homerinos, but no, I'm an off-putting motherfucker. Thank you, clergy, for the 63-month resub. I appreciate it, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm not like wham wham wham. It's just how it is, right? Just a weirdo. Common feeling. I felt that way. I had a crush on my female cousin when I was a kid/teen. Cool. Thanks for sharing with the class, Germa superfan. I got a feeling a lot of people who are big into Germa had crushes on their cousins. No offense. But gotten that impression from the people in my Discord who really like that guy. I haven't watched the streams, but sometimes I'm like, man, you got like Shovel. Oh, fuck it. I won't list out everyone. I don't want it to be like a hit list, but just Shovel should be enough to prove my point, I think. Stay away from you if you're a weirdo into Gundam. Uh-oh, what's up, pimp?
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Me admitting crimes and embarrassments? Some of this info could... Yeah, I mean, this is where you can be free balling, I guess. If you don't want to free ball, that's fine, but... it is what it is.
I burnt my tongue on my noodles.
Unlucky.
Oh, I came in here to ask you had any snacks.
No, honey.
Are there any anywhere?
No.
Oh.
I don't squirrel this shit away from you.
I know, but like I keep looking in the pantry, in the freezer, in the fridge.
Take the card and go to Dollar General, homie.
I don't want to go anywhere.
I'm sorry. I can't help you. I can't summon this shit. You want to eat the Gundam?
Ugh, man.
I've seen people deep fry these fucking things. Maybe it'd taste good. That should be a stream. Like, we need to deep fry a Gundam and eat it. Cooking stream. That'd be sick, right?
Sure.
Uber Eats the snackies? Yeah, dude, there is nothing that gives me more of a boner than paying like $25 fucking for a bag of Skittles.
Yeah, I would never Uber Eats.
That sounds awesome, man. Yes, please. Also, thank you, Sticks, for the resub. I've missed a lot of people's comments and stuff. Sorry, it's not intentional. Played Hades, if you... I have played Hades. But not I guess... People have been asking me about Hades lately. Someone was messaging me about Hades earlier.
Isn't there a sequel out or something?
Is it?
I think so.
I've been kind of,
Early access?
Gotcha, okay. I liked Hades 1, but I'm not exactly chomping at the bits. Play the second one, maybe when it's finished. Because my thing with early access games is if I play it in early access, I'm never going back. Like, that's the version of the game I will end up playing.
Yeah.
And that'll just be my impression of it forever. That's just how I am.
Has fishing?
Yeah, the first one had fishing, but it was pretty bare bones. Wait for games to get out of early access is sort of like getting full on scraps. Yeah, it's like eating a bunch of the complimentary bread before the steak comes out, right, Autumn?
Whatever.
Oh, Hades 2 is fucking great. Waited all my wishlist stuff is in EA, waiting for full release, or I will never buy. She loves bread. Like whenever we go to Walmart, she's like, bread cart! Whenever she sees the bread cart, it's pretty funny.
Put that shit on sale, bro.
Pro Country's really good. Kind of like, I don't know. My RuneScape career is in fucking shambles. I'll say that much. I haven't played a lot of video games last week until yesterday. Get a tan this week? Yeah, I'm not like a fucked up leather bag, but I am tan on my arms. I got like a farmer's tan, so guess wow, it's already been an hour and 20 minutes. Holy shit, we're never gonna beat this fucking pool game. Oh, good God. Yeah, I guess I don't want to get too into it. I know people have expressed concern. Last stream sucked, but not because it's like I did a bad job. I mean, I did do a bad job of explaining everything, but it's a complicated thing to wrangle into digestible sentences. Yeah, it's for the best in the long term. It's not something born out of anything bad. I specifically waited to make this jump into real job land. I waited until things were good enough to facilitate that, because if it would be stupid to do something like that if things were bad, right? So I guess people express their concern. Like, I'm chilling. Work was good. It was fun. It was satisfying. I'm pretty good at it, I think. I was surprised how. See, I know this is a sensitive thing, but I'm like, man, there's like zero stress in this right now. This is pretty fun. I'm sure that feeling is gonna wear off. It's new things are always fun, especially when you haven't done anything similar in God knows how long. But I like it. It was a good week. Thank you, Ramelia, for the 4-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ricky, for the 27 months. I'm sure something will fucking change and make it want to fucking make me want to cry. But if it stays the same, I'm gonna like it. Oh, I'm not. Well, I want to get to. I don't want to talk about like the job all the time, because I don't want to. Couple reasons. People who really don't like me already have my home address, so I don't really want to start talking about what my. It's outside in the sun. This is about as much information as I'm willing to give out. I specifically chose something that would be physical, because I feel like it would be good for me for a variety of reasons. Never been. I feel like everyone should probably have at least a stint, like working actual physical stuff. So maybe it's time to do it for me. No, I trust me, homie. I'm going in there ready for war. I got Gold Bond on my balls. I got my sunscreen. I'm not gonna do anything silly. If you do something like that, you gotta be prepared. Okay, so one of the main thing that I failed to explain last time, that I should probably amend, is that I'm not spending every waking moment of my life thinking the things I was saying during that stream. That's when those are the things I literally never mentioned this. It was a complete failure. Like, those are the thoughts I have when things go bad. That's what I think when I have like a bad stream, for example, and that's obviously not good. It's not healthy. So yeah, lasted a week doing cashier at Home Depot in the spot where people bring the big stuff you can't bring to the normal lines. Become a VTuber? Never. Fuck that. Fuck that, dude. Is Otter still playing Yakuza 0? Like, if I actually genuinely in my heart of hearts thought this was worthless and that I was a failure and yada, all the stupid shit I said, I wouldn't even bother, right? Like, there'd be no point in the acrimony. So the logical part of me doesn't think that, but the problem is there's no escape from it, right? Just in the house all day. If you have a bad stream, turn the stream off, guess what? You're sitting right where you were when you were having the bad stream. So it's just about boundaries and separation of things. I think that's the only way for me to grow as a person. So that's why this probably really strange, just be like, oh my God, a job, what is all this? But I mean it when I say that the reason for it is because I think it's going to make everything better to some degree. I'm not under the illusion. Another thing people said is how fucking dumb Tolomeo thinks getting a 9 to 5 is going to bring an immense sense of self-fulfillment. No, that's not it. It's that if I can take some of the, like, oh my God, everything in my life is dependent on streaming, maybe streaming will be less stressful and I can do better streams and I can get self-fulfillment from that again, right? But I didn't explain it very well. I was not exactly in a fantastic mood. So it's not quite as dire as that stream made it out to be, which is part of why I wanted to stream tonight. So, God forbid you try. Well, one thing I will say, there's a lot of people who you are going to meet in your life who really do not ever want you to get better. They'll say they do. They'll speak out, and I don't even think it's a conscious thing. It's just like they have like a negative visceral reaction to like any idea that you taking initiative on something could possibly be bettering yourself, right? I don't know what it is. I think it's a subconscious thing, but I've seen it a lot in a lot of people. Work out if you want some activity and get healthy. No, okay. So, all right, let me think of how to condense this. One of the problems I have with mental is that when things go wrong with the stream, it feels like everything is going wrong because when I stream, or whether I'm not streaming, I'm in the same house, I'm in the same room where all of these, like, I have mental baggage with everything. I know this sounds stupid, right? No, hold on. Let me get to the working out thing. So a lot of it is just getting out of the house, separating things. Because, like, when you were a streamer and, like, almost all of your friends are from the stream, you get, like, this weird incestuous, like, glob of, okay, like, everything you do, like, all of the interactions you have with your friends are kind of in the lens of, like, okay, well, should I trust this person? Are they going to, you know, later down the line use information I confide with them to fuck over the stream? And honestly, I think most times where I've seriously been vulnerable with people, I regret. Definitely. I could think of maybe a few times where it has worked out in my favor. And I think that's normal. I think a lot of people probably feel that way, but it's a problem when there are people who have access to your stream, which is also your livelihood, right? See how that would kind of get tricky and, like, hard to navigate sometimes, because it's like, it's tangled in a weird way. It's hard to really explain concisely. Thank you, Rad Comrade, for the 23-month resub. Like, imagine if you confide, like, one-on-one with a friend you make for years on the stream, and not necessarily saying this has happened, but it just, okay, well, now I can never piss this person off because I've told them things about myself, and if they ever get mad at me, I'll have to sit here and fucking talk about shit that's very deeply personal to me on the stream, and it's just, I didn't do a good job in the previous years of establishing a set of boundaries and an environment for me to succeed in that regard. So I need something different. I need something to balance out those feelings where, like I said, if I have a bad stream, well, it's my livelihood. So it's not exactly the funnest thing in the world to be like, if I do not do a good job at being entertaining, well, you're gonna fucking lose your livelihood, right? It's not really that streaming itself is the stressful part. It's the things associated with it. So if I can offload those stresses to something different, then I can improve in this again and make these better, is the mentality that I'm going with. Thank you, Scarlett Burdette, for the 4-year resub. I appreciate it. And it's not even like it's, Tolomeo's not, I wasn't even streaming a lot anyway. So if I can do this shit that I'm doing on the side and then stream on weekends, functionally for you guys, it'll more or less be the same thing, but I'll be a lot better off for it, is the idea. Like I said, didn't do a great job of explaining it. And I figure, if I want to be out in the sun, I want to do something physical. It sounds fun. It's different. I think you should be doing different things as often as you can so you can get different perspectives on, I've never done, like, a physical job like that. I've worked normal jobs, but not, like, fucking moving shit out in the sun. So I felt that it would be a positive for a variety of reasons. I get out of the house because I'm a stewer. When I have a really good way of winding myself up about things. I think too much. and that's not to say I'm smart, but I kind of get brain locked. But when you're out, like, it was nice this week because I wasn't thinking about stupid shit like at all. I was just out there doing fucking work. And it was nice. It was actually very zen, very therapeutic in a way. I know that sounds unbelievable, and I know it's not exactly the same thing as, because it's not necessarily like I depend on that either. It's not like if I piss my boss off, I'm going to be out on the street. But I just think it is a good change. You know, people have said that, what was it? It's a temporary thing. It's, these good feelings are not going to last, so why bother, basically? Maybe. Maybe, but it's better than just sitting there stewing all day, I promise. I promise I know myself better than you do. So, we'll see. Maybe it won't work, but this first week has been pretty good. Hello, Raider. Farm work, 8-hour days of hard work, felt good, I miss it. Leaving my old job for my current one did so much for my mental well-being. Because, like I said, one of the big reasons for all the acrimony is I want to have good streams. I want to think the idea of being a streamer is over. I don't think there's ever going to be a point where this is going to be able to be the only thing I do. And maybe that's good. But I want to be able to do really good streams, if that makes sense, right? Hello, Mez is here. But I think that the circumstances I put myself in were absolutely untenable. And so something had to change. And there's only so many things I can change, right? Can't change my personality. I can't magically uproot and teleport myself to a new location. So, gotta try something at some point. Or you just sit there and marinate forever. I've been going through something similar with my husband. He lost his job and he is depressed in the house all the time. Hearing you say this is good. Well, and once again, it's like a final thing. So I know that, like, the last stream and these talks are gonna, like, permanently change the way people view me in a negative way, and that's been a very tough pill to swallow. I really never wanted to have the conversation of last stream, but it, you know, gotta man up at some point, right? It takes a lot of effort to know. It's so. Because, like I said, most of the times when I have confided these things in people who I trust, it has gone completely tits up in the worst fucking way. So I am very cagey about it. But the reason... Well, okay, so here's the thing, side here. I think that the last stream was a good example of how I get when I manage to wind myself into the negative aspects. Like, it was a pretty good... case in point of when I'm bad, right? I don't think the stream is worthless. I think a lot of people... Well, I don't think. I genuinely think that if we're being honest, you know, I'm not exactly destined for greatness. So the streaming thing as a whole is probably the best opportunity I'm ever going to have to really, like, do something interesting or make a difference, even if it's a little bit. Like I said, I don't have delusions of grandeur in that I don't think people watch the stream and it's like, wow, I'm fucking cured. That was so amazing. Thank you, Tolomeo. You changed my life. But even if it's just like 1% better of a day listening to, like, fucking cum socks or whatever, it's something, and it adds up over enough people. So I think it's important. It's the most important thing I think I can do, is what it boils down to. So that's why I take it so seriously. That's why I'm so... I know, like, it's very off-putting to hear, like, the self-criticality aspects of it, especially, like, last stream. But it's because I think it's worthwhile. It's not because I think it's worthless or anything like that. It's just... got a pretty good fucking setup, got a good situation, and I don't want to fuck it up, but own worst enemy. And to give myself a little bit of credit, the self-criticality can be really awful, unfettered sometimes, but I don't think I would be a streamer if I didn't, like, I don't think we would be here having this conversation if I didn't have that aspect to some degree. Because one of the things about streaming is it's very nebulous. A lot of the times people are just going to say what you want to hear. So you really kind of have to look inwards, because you're not going to get a lot of feedback. in my experience. Like, think about it this way. This is not a call out to lurkers by any means, but it's something where, like, the overwhelming majority, regardless of what you do streaming, regardless of the streamer, would you say it's fair to say like 80% of people never talk? So it's difficult to kind of ascertain what people like or don't like sometimes. So I think that element of self-criticality is important to stay on a good track, because you're not going to get that. It's not like you have a performance review sort of thing. So I really think that if I didn't have that aspect, it would not have gotten to this point. But it's when you're in a bad mental state that can really work against you, right? Hello, Autalk. You know, I'm good. I'm chilling. So, yeah, it is what it is. Things are probably never going to be the same. Sorry about that, but I think in the long run it'll be good. Let's play the fucking pool game, shall we? Should we whip out the animal tier list and start talking about pool pissing? Hello, JLabW. Stuck around this long if I didn't find your stream entertaining? Well, I don't know. Even just going all the way back to the Souls stuff, like, it was fundamental. Like, that self-criticality is like, oh, I missed a hit on this, and then it ended up doing, like, no roll runs and all this shit where I was sitting there boot camping for, like, Souls challenge runs. So, I don't know. It's okay if you disagree, but I really think you gotta... Not every streamer needs that self-criticality, but for me, I think it's been very important. Looks like you're 31% gayer than last year. I feel like my gayness has decreased considerably. No idea. Oh, honestly, the last stream is completely worthless to watch. I think probably gonna fucking delete that one. I just didn't. I wanted to leave it up because if I didn't know how long it was going to take until I got back to a sense where I was going to be able to stream again, right? Because going into the physical job, I didn't know if it was just going to be like in pain all weekend and unable to do anything, but it was fine. So I am here. Numbers don't lie. The gayness graph shows an uptick. Is it like one of those fucked up NVIDIA graphs where it like the line appears to be up 31%, but it's comparing, like it's skewing the numbers, it's fudging it? I have a hypothetical for you, okay? What's up? Oh. NVIDIA GraphWorks, baby. Using DLSS on your gayness. You look at change in the face and you expect... Yeah, I mean, because so many people are like, there's no way you could survive at a real job. And like I said, it's not exactly the same thing, but I don't know. Part of it also is like, I need to build my self-confidence back up too. Like, if I end up fucking the streaming up, like I can, in fact, survive in the world sort of thing. Been too long since I've touched grass, basically. If you were in the hospital being treated for a nasty cock injury and you saw Mickey Mouse on life support, would you take pictures or tell anyone? You'd probably snap a picture. That'd be kind of cool. Wearing a lot of hats, and some days I miss. So I thought you were actually talking about literal hats for a moment. Hats make my head hurt. I've never been able to wear hats, and people would say I looked especially ugly with hats. So, not really a big fan, personally. You can see this shit, right? Kamisa got Winnie the Pooh, but Tolo got Mickey the Mouse. Yes? Okay. But yeah, the entire acrimony, like, I apologize how miserable the last stream before this was. But I think the only reason I did it is because I think it'll be good in the long run to explain, like, why I'm doing things the way I am. It's not really meant to be a bad thing. It should be a good thing, I think. So far, maybe get into a position where I can say, you know what? Maybe they aren't mountains. Maybe they are in fact molehills, and I can go and like stick my arm in one and get bit by a mole, and then prove that I can defeat a mole in the animal tier list. It was just a bunch of fucking like wah wah wah. So it's really good. It's funny because a lot of people have no idea, and I like that. The fewer people who saw it, the better. As a matter of fact. I'm always really hard on myself. Like, even at the new fucking job, it's like, this looks fucking terrible. Like, why the fuck? That's how I am. It's not usually something that affects me that much. It's just when you're compromised. It's like an immune system, right? Normally, you have a bunch of pathogens come into your body, and you never get sick. Body just takes care of it, provided you have a healthy immune system. But then you go out with AAF, you go out with Misa Coco, and then before you know it, 1 week later, you have AIDS. Well, now everything is kind of like, oh god, everything. See, the cold seems like it could be a complete ordeal, right? And it's not, if your immune system's fine. All tiles pools like this are very unrealistic. You have consistent grout in between all of them. When you build an all tile pool, you need caulk lines every so often so that the shifting and expansion factor. You sound like a nerd, bro. Come on. I've never seen such a blue collar man describe blue collar work in such a virginal way. That's impressive, brother. But yeah, no, there's no need for concern. That's why I was like, okay, I honestly wanted to just fucking like relax today because I'm tired as hell. It's going to take a while before I feel like I can stream on any sort of regular basis. Got to get used to the physicality. But I'm like, yeah, people think I'm going to like... And it's frustrating because like several times I feel like I was like, I'm not having like a crisis. I'm mentally like, this is a good thing. I know this sucks, but it's really not as bad as this sounds, I swear. But I guess probably didn't come off that way. Getting jacked? Probably not. Thank you, Butters, for the 102 Dalmatians. What's up, dog? Oh, like the entire point is to make things better, and hopefully more than one aspect, but specifically the streams. Because I think that streaming is something someone having a crisis would say, but I have like a fucking good track record of not having freakouts. I'm a very deliberate person. I don't do things. I'm not like spurious fucking like ever. I think you should at least give me that. Thank you, Mr. Chicken, for the 2-year resub. And I even was making jokes. I said like, I'm not having a mental breakdown. This isn't gonna be like a precursor to me admitting that I groom kids on Roblox. Like, what more do you want from me, you know? So it's fine. It didn't sound fine, but like I said, it ends up being good because like that's how I get when I have like a bad stream. So when I'm like harping on sometimes about a bad stream, probably sounds like, who gives a fuck, just stream, asshole. And you're right, but that's literally like my thought process when I'm in the shitter. So as humiliating as it is to be exposing myself with that, but people take some interesting conclusions. I think my favorite one was simply get therapy, Lamau. Like, I feel like a lot of them really just didn't listen to the things I was saying, but, you know, that's okay. Just do drugs. I mean, that works for some people. Different approaches work for different people, right? I know what the problem is. There's no shadow of a doubt in terms of like what the issue is. I'm just not... I feel like if I were to go to therapy, they would probably say something along the lines of, hey, it is deeply unhealthy to have every facet of your life tied into this singular thing that is also your occupation. You should probably try to work on making boundaries. Imagine it would go something like that, and it's like, that'll be $2,000 because you don't have health insurance. Asshole. Like... The reason I didn't do it sooner is like I just structured the entire conversation in such a strange way that didn't make sense. Thank you, Pisley, for the 27 months. Appreciate it. Like, I wanted to wait until I got to a point where there wasn't shit on fire in the background so I could actually take the plunge. Like, it's something I had been thinking about for a long time. It's just other aspects of reality happened to be on fire until recently. So, read up on different approaches. If you find someone who offers that approach, basically coaches you. No, I just don't think it's for me. No, that's exactly it, Avil. Like, streaming is kind of like a weird thing. Hello, Den. So, one of the things I said last time was I get super deflated when I put a lot of effort into something and I don't feel like it goes to expectations, which it never does because my expectations are too high. I'm not Ninja. I'm not fucking XCQ or whatever the fuck his name is. Hello, Ash Tanga. But part of it is just because it's like, I don't know. Try-harding with streaming is very off-putting as a whole. It's like so weird. It seems like a lot of the best streams are things like Coffin of Andy and Lele, which I literally was like, okay, I guess I'll stream this stupid shit. Just like the nonchalance, irreverence makes it good. And like sometimes if you really want good, like putting in a lot of effort is really not the play. I know that sounds ridiculous, but you gotta, I just need to fucking relax. I need to de-escalate like my mental state is what it boils down to. And that's not anyone's responsibility but mine, right? Decock, it begins. I think I'm on the right track, but maybe everyone will be right. Well, not everyone. I act like everyone's saying, like rooting for this to not go well, but maybe, I don't think they're right, but we'll see. Because I don't know, like, I guess we're just talking about this again. One of the things with streaming that's weird, and I'm really trying not to, I'm going to talk about it in like a positive way, but it is like a strange thing, is when you're a streamer and you talk to people, like let's say you go to the Discord, there's going to be like deference with almost anyone, right? Because I'm Tolomeo, I'm the big dick on campus, so there's a lot of people who will just be like, say what I want to hear because they know if they end up, like theoretically I could ban them, so it's weird. Thank you, Yasami, for gifting a sub to Melon. I appreciate it. But when you go off stream, it's like, okay, well, who am I now? Like, no one cares in real life if you're Tolomeo streamer, man. And I'm not saying they should, but it's like I need to do something that involves like talking to real people so I can have it grounded in reality that if I'm not like a complete void of a human being if I'm not streaming. But you stream for 9 years, and like that's the lion's share of your interaction with people, and it kind of subtly ingrains itself in you in weird ways. I just haven't done enough due diligence to counteract it. I'm looping, by the way, not just with the conversation, but in the game. Slightly annoying. So, no, I was literally, like, this is gonna sound really... Look at that fucking map. Alright, this is gonna sound really gay, but one of the worst parts of my week is I woke up for work and I thought of the little banjo thing Trinis made where it's like Tolo stream tonight. I'm like, oh my god. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what have I done? So... address chat out loud in conversation with someone. I think you'll be fine. No, like I said, like the week has been good. I thought I psyched myself out into thinking that I was just gonna be like a complete invalid and it's just gonna be impossible. But I don't know. I'm pretty good at it so far. Fucking, I don't know, dude. Been a good week. A little tired, but fucking went better than I could have imagined. Hello, Torpal. Not like I was expecting it to go well, so it's not a high bar, but I don't know. Hello, Bunyip. Had a particularly rough day at work. When I see a Tolo streams happening, yeah, we're not going back to schedule. I'm gonna try to stream tomorrow too, but getting to any sort of regularity is going to need me to get physically stronger so I don't feel so winded. Because I get home from work and I'm just like, is this capitalism? Take your time. Yeah, I'll get back to it eventually. So like I said, don't sub or whatever. I'm not, like the job provides more than enough in terms of finances, right? So a big part of it is like I just want to get to a point where I can be streaming isn't no it has been, but like part of the reason is like I have like I'm stupid and I get like really stressed over things like, oh well, I have to entertain these people or I'm going to die. I have done this for 9 years. I have no work history. I'm a complete invalid, and if this goes tits up, I'm fucked. Like those are the kinds of thoughts, right? So they got to a point where it's like, okay, well, this is significantly inhibiting my ability to actually do a good job of streaming. So if I'm honest about the things that I tell the chat, which is that I have a complete desire to get better and be a good streamer, then I kind of have to work towards removing some of these thoughts. And the only way to do that is to remove some of the stress, such as, getting a normal, regular 9 to 5, which I have. And I wasn't expecting, like, the end of the week to be like, why won't this motherfucker give me overtime? I was not expecting that to be like the takeaway feeling, like the final feeling of the work week, I know that's not going to last. That part of it assuredly is not going to last, but it went better than I thought it would. But the entire purpose of it is like maybe I'll end up liking it more than I think I will. Maybe since it's literally been a week. I know. There's been people saying like he'll probably be excited about it, but it's Tolo and it's all going to be fucked up and it's just going to, I definitely won't last. I know a lot of you are very negative on this. I will make a promise here and now. Like, if it doesn't work, I'm quitting streaming too. Like, I can't have a conversation like the one I had on and be like, oh, yeah, I have to do this. Like, I said one of the things, despite being in a very emotional state, the last stream, is that I would rather die than ever have to, like, ask for money. I mean that. I mean that. Like, that is not going to happen. I would rather just quit. Because I have managed to get to a point where I don't need an obscene amount of money to survive. So, should I have a 9 to 5? Or is that too much since you don't want to say... I wake up at 5 in the morning and work in the sun all day. I worked 40 hours a week. I can take a screenshot. I had to start on Sunday, so I had 4 regular days and 2 half days. Didn't know I was going to be starting on Sunday. They're not super strict with the time requirements, but I have to do things in a week, or I am going to get fired. But they give me leeway with the hours. You're basically trolling, though, if you don't wake up at 5 in the morning, because you're going to be working, like, all of your hours are going to be the hottest part of the day, and you're just fucked. You're going to be miserable. So you wake up at 5 because it's the earliest feasible time where you can actually get in and get work done before the sun comes in, right? So I know there's like I'm actually really glad this is being brought up, because when we've had acrimony about this subject in particular, when I said, hey, streaming is not exactly like, yeah, it's easier in a lot of ways, but there are stresses that come with it. I would point out that the people who get like picky over like what is and isn't a real job, if I were to get a real job, it would be nitpicking about that. Do you actually go 9 to 5? What are you really doing? And I see it already happening. So I'm glad I'm vindicated on that part. I know, so I want to make it clear that I'm not trying to appease these people, because I know that they are unappeasable. It's something that is... It's because they're miserable. Like, I understand it. Like, they feel like they don't have anything besides, like, the suffering that they feel at their place of employment. That sucks. Like, I'm not trying to harp on that. But that's what that is. And they'll always, no matter what, try to find a way to diminish someone else's work, whether they're working a normal 9 to 5, whether they're a streamer. Before streaming, it used to be office jobs, right? People who work in offices just sit there and do nothing all day in air conditioning. So I understand that it's a chaotic endeavor to appease that sort of thinking. Goalposts will be moved? Yeah. guys get air conditioning in your office? I would fucking hope so, dude. Being in a stinky ass office all day would really fucking suck. There's a guy moaning in the pools, like it's a weird sex thing. I want to go over there, but I don't see a way. But yeah, going forward, I don't really want to get bogged down and have this conversation every stream. So if you have any like criticism or whatever, now is the time, right? So, because I don't, it's gonna be hard to ever have people feel comfortable in the stream again after the last one. So I don't want this to be like a perpetual sword of Damocles, you know? Holy shit! Look at this. Like I want to get back to talking about like Fruitaneries or whatever. If you turn fully brown, can I call you and Sif a s'more? This is basically what happens. There was a storm this last week, and Sif really needs to be the cream filling of the Oreo whenever that happens. She's, in her old age, she has become very averse to booming. Do what you like doing. Well, it's not always that simple, right? See, what I like doing is streaming, but I'm also, at some point, you have to be realistic. Like, I'm never gonna... Are you having fun? I really like the job. It's honestly weird how good of a fit it is. I really don't like waking up in the morning. That part really does suck. I'm like, oh my fucking god, I have to wake up in the morning and do shit. God damn it. But once I get in there, I'm having fun. I'm sure I will, you know, become miserable and hate it eventually. But even if that happens, even if I'm completely wrong and I'm like having a mental crisis where I'm actually enjoying what I'm doing with it, it'll give me a perspective that I haven't had before, which is working a manual job in the sun. I think that's long overdue, being a 31-year-old man, right? Morning shift is having the rest of the day off. Yeah, but right now I'm so tired. When I get home, I just go to bed. So I'm not acclimated to it whatsoever. Oh, that part is gonna take some getting used to. Waking up, literally always the worst part. It probably doesn't help that you're like 45 minutes before. Yeah, I like having a couple hours to chill before I do anything. And that is hard to do when you have to be like out of the house at like 5, right? So I don't really do that very much. I'm going to bed by 8 p.m. And I like the sun, weirdly enough. Like, I don't like it. It's weird. It's hard to describe. It's not pleasant in the moment. It sucks being in the heat. But when you're done, like, there's no question that you've done, like, work, you know? It feels satisfying in that way. Like, you're sore, you're hot, you're tired, you're like... There's no doubt that you, like, accomplished what you set out to do. And so that's, like, a reassuring feeling, in a sense. I trust me, dog. I do sunscreen. I have a huge fucking jug of water. I have no interest in being Mr. Heatstroke. And I think maybe just, like... I don't know, like, it's not... I haven't been going to secret college for, like, the last several years. It's not like I'm in, like, a big, cushy fucking, like, overseer, man. Like, I'm a grunt. Like, I'm a peon. It's miserable in the sense that it's not... Like, it would suck feeling trapped in a situation like this, I guess. I mean, I'd be fine financially if I was, but... Point is, it's not meant to be like a panacea to all of my problems. Just that if I have... Like, how would I put this? Like maybe like phrasing it in a way that normal people would understand is like, imagine if all of your friends were kind of your coworkers and your house was your office, and once you were done with your office or whatever it is you do, you're just still there all day. Like all the things that irritate you, all the memories are all there. Like it never really goes away. It's, I don't know. That's not great for me. I guess some people have that with work from home, but it's perverse in a strange way. Like there's no boundaries, there's no separation. Thank you, Belittle, for the 21 months. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. That's streaming for you? Yeah, but like the thing is, I love streaming. Like ideally, if I could, I would stream forever. But you know, you can't be naive about everything. There's gonna be a point where people lose interest. There's gonna be a point where I'm sure you've seen a lot of streamers where like every stream they get fewer viewers. It happens to like almost pretty much every streamer. That's gonna happen. You're gonna start circling the drain, and if that's your livelihood, you know that is probably a pretty stressful feeling. I don't think I've reached that point. I don't usually look at the views and stuff. I'm not anal about that. But like I've always known at some point it's going to be, it can't last forever. So you gotta either learn to deal with that in any way you can or have an exit strategy, yeah? Thank you, PKONet, for gifting a sub to Luminous Emerald, Fruit, Spam Frog, Nana VT, Mig Benjamin, Scab Merchant, Septic Straws, Chopsticks, Treat Farm Pig. And see, I'm just not articulate enough to make this succinct. I've been yammering on about this forever. I'm like the king yapper. It's something I really do care about that I want to do a good job at, but I have to like kind of insulate myself from like anything that can go bad with it, which I haven't done great at. So it's a late start, but if I can stream and not have all of those pressures that are associated with like the financial aspect of it, then I think I can do a much better job, right? That makes sense? So like I said, I'm not going to ever be like, oh no, my views are down, please give me more money, subathon. Like that's just not... that's not even like, at that point, it's not even like a wanting to do right by people thing. A lot of that is just pride. Like, I'm never going to be like, please support me, please. So, and it hasn't gotten to the point where I need to do that. Don't get me wrong. Like, you guys are, you know, guys give me more than enough already. You have for a long time, but I'm just like thinking about the future, right? Exactly, Slam Dunk Wizard, and I know it probably sounds like a cult, but a lot of the aversion to streaming is this: if I have a bad, it's not even if I have a bad stream, because like if we're being real, literally every single one of my streams is gold. There have been streams where like chat hasn't felt they have been great, but I'm like, this shit was awesome. These people are on fucking crack. Like, it's not always such a like, oh, my streams are bad sort of thing. Like I think I do a good job more often than not. But it's just that when you kind of have all of this stuff going on in my mind, like the circumstances unique to me, I'm a dweller. I'm a marinator. I'm a ruminator. So, you know, a lot of that is like, oh man, I feel like I don't have the ability to do like a really good stream. And I know if the stream doesn't go well, I'm just going to be like fucking... You know, the last stream is a good example of how I get when I feel like I've done a bad job. And another thing to iterate, because it's difficult to talk about these sort of things without it seeming me being really shitty to you. It has nothing to do with any of you. Like, this is a me thing. It doesn't have anything to do with the amount of money I made. It have to do with... It's completely in my court. So, I'm going to personally be really mad if the takeaway that some of you have is like, oh, I need to participate more in the chat, or you need to do nothing. Like, you know, it's all me in this regard, right? So It's not me trying to get you to act any different or do anything different. Just same. Ideally, I could erase the last this stream and the previous one, and it would just be normal. But the point is, the ideal is streaming 2, 3, maybe 4 times a week based on work, and then having an offset. So if things do go wrong, like, I still have a whole nother aspect of my life that I can kind of, there's a motherfucker in the pool. It's just, like, really unhealthy to have everything in one basket, right? Because, I mean, I even met my wife streaming. A lot of my friends are from streams, so part of you in that, in those circumstances feel like, well, if it's just too interconnected in a really bad way. That's what it boils down to. I won't get into, you don't need specifics, but I think you get the point, right? And it's not really a huge problem. I'm a feral child. Had like a strange upbringing. It's actually just a rubber duck. So like these aren't huge problems in the grand scheme of things. I'm just weak. One thing I will remain true to is you've all heard that saying, right? Like how does it go exactly? It's like the strong men create good times create weak men create bad times create good men, right? I probably fucked it up, but that general idea. Thank you, Kid Proco, for the sushi fish gift sub. Thank you, dude. I'm trying to not be the weak man who creates bad times, but that's easier said than done. Thank you again, kid. Hello, Areed. It's a bad quote, but I get it. And I think I can do it. Feeling more confident than before. Which is not a fucking high bar, but you just gotta diversify my life. What are some of your goals? See, I'm not really a driven person. Like, I'm not particularly ambitious. Like, it's not like this is I don't have thousands of viewers on Twitch. I'm going to throw a hissy fit and get 9 to 5. Like, I like the way things are in principle, but you can't, it's just also something like with streaming, you always have that anxiety of how long are you going to be able to maintain it, right? I fucking, like, even if my stream ended tomorrow, that's more than anyone could literally ever ask for, because it's been 9 fucking years, right? That's an insane amount of time for any streamer, even if it's not like fucking huge big dick front page of Twitch. Like, that's a really long time, beyond my wildest expectations, to put it lightly. But you know, at some point, so it's nothing lasts forever, and that's a good thing. Thank you, Avin, for the 72 months. Change is really good. Hate the goals question because it feels like it's trying to worm into some insecurity to try and force motivation. Well, I think a big part of this is logically, now don't take this the wrong way, I need to feel like I don't need this. Because if you feel like everything is dependent on this, then that is stressful. It's not that the actual part where you're playing the game and talking is stressful, right? But the things that come along with it would stress most people out, I think. Especially since you're not getting like health insurance, you're not getting a lot of the benefits. You can't exactly put streaming on a resume. Yeah? So I've tried to get myself financially, and well, I have like a Roth IRA. I haven't been like flippant with money. I've invested a lot of money into good spots, so I'm not gonna be on the, like, I could, you know, I said it last stream, in the interest of making sure you know this isn't some way to kind of like manipulate you into giving more money or anything. I could literally do nothing for like 5 years and I would be fine. So, can if you word it correctly. What do you mean? and I'm not saying that to be like, oh wow, look at me fucking balling. It's just that this is not like a financial endeavor. But streaming on your resume, I don't know, man. That maybe you could get like some sort of fucking asshole community manager on Twitter thing, but like you would kind of have to be. I don't know if that's a valid path for someone as abrasive as I am. I think that would be good if you were like Epic Chungbuanu. Because I'm kind of. I lost my train of thought. Sorry. Bandage deleted my Twitch. Why'd you delete your Twitch? Influencer? Well, no. I spent 9 years as a free. That makes it sound like I'm a drug fucker. You know? That's weird. But my entire philosophy with the money I've made from streaming is to get things in a state where if streaming goes away, which eventually it will, I will not be needing. I won't have to beg. I won't have to be like, please, and start doing like hot tub streams to try to maintain it. Like if it's time, it's time, you know? There's a point where you guys are all like, hey, it's time to say fuck this Tolomeo guy, and you know, it was fun while it lasted. Right? I think it's unbecoming to like if you're swirling down the drain, just maybe there's titties down the drain. Maybe there's Gundams. But I guess the point is confidence has not been in the best state it's ever been, but it's fixable. But I'm the only one who can do it. Like I don't get when someone sends me a nice message, I appreciate it, but it literally does nothing to assuage my problem or fix anything for me. Like I appreciate it. I'm not trying to be like down on people for sending me nice comments, but that's just not how I'm wired. It's all like in my own head. Like I have to be comfortable with myself, and that has its pros and cons. So a big part of the reason I picked this particular thing to do with the job, right, is I want to say that if it comes to it, down to it, I can go out and be a normal human being, and I'm not, you know, and then I'll be more relaxed, and then I can do better streams, right? Does that make sense? Does any of this sound insane? I'm sure some of it does, but I guess it's probably best we have a conversation about this where it doesn't seem so dramatic. But the entire reason is because I want to do better streams, not because I'm like wham, wham, wham. And I think I can do better streams. I just have to set myself up for success, which I failed to do, admittedly. Okay, I wouldn't go through all this acrimony if I thought it was just going to be fucking stupid, right? The deep thoughts in the pool maze. I have no fucking idea where I'm going. But yeah, the initial question was the ambition thing. Like, I like things the way they are now, except for my mental state, which is something only I can do anything about. So, and it's really not that bad. Like, it's like this is probably not anywhere near as bad as some of your problems, and I acknowledge that, but it's still not a fun place to be in. That would be an awesome fucking place to swing. If I were there in real life, you get on all fours and ram your ankles like a goat. You know, I was just talking to Otto, you know, how fucked would it be if we were at, like, Home Depot or something and we just saw, like, Truby at the front staring at us? Because, like, we associate you with that little fucking picture. Like, hold on. Noodle or someone good at Photoshop. Let me get the fucking picture. You know, fuck Home Depot. Let's do this one. Give me a second. I have to save the image to my computer. Thank you, Mammoth, for the 51-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. We aren't afraid. I am afraid. We met like the most autistic woman ever at the job. Like, just imagine this. Maybe he's on the swing. I'd shit myself. And I mean that in the best way. I'm not saying that as an insult. She started like going on and on about like these niche like tree diseases or some shit. And it was just, I don't know, it was endearing because usually, you know, I hope Ghost Reaper's not here. Ghost Reaper's not included in the sweeping generalization. But a lot of old people, they're just kind of like, well, we sure hate the Mexicans. It's like, okay, Grandpa, please die, right? But she's like, this, I don't know, it's been a long time since I've met someone who's got like white hair, who's sharper than the average person of any age. Not even just my age, but just like, holy fuck. Me when Taco Bell. Get enough. Yeah, like you must not drink water, huh? You must never have been to. Didn't have a car. No lead for you, eh? Still have that zest for life. Yeah, and like that's a sad realization because like I never thought about that until I met this woman. I'm like, wow. How often do you meet someone like in such advanced age who just has like such exuberance, you know? This place is awesome. Yo, would you... I feel bad now. Earlier in the stream, I told Dirty Dan when he was trying... I say that I enjoyed her enthusiasm, but Dirty Dan shared, like, pool lore with me, and I told him he was, like, a virgin. Like, a blue-collar virgin. And... Dirty Dan's awesome. I hope he's not actually, like, upset about that. I wouldn't say something like that to someone I didn't like. You know? That's like the bands. Interest should be embraced. I agree too. Virgins strong together. Like I get into like the Gundams and the fish really hardcore, so I get it. And I like learning from people even if it's not particularly useful information. Lose their enthusiasm for being called nerds? Yeah, that's true. I have to write an apology letter to Dirty Daniel. Bullying chat members again? I'm just a cunt, you know? Like, oh, I know a little bit about Battletech lore. I know about the clans. I know about the lances and the stars and Kerensky. Not super... like a super extensive. That was like a weird cum specter. What is this donut on the wall? I think this duck may be the antagonist. Built a Magikarp model today? No, that's awesome. You like what you like. Like, you know I'm all about my weird versional shit too. But yeah, I guess, like I said, I really do not want to get my... Like, one of the things I really want to work on is I do not want to talk about a variety of things, including Elden Ring. That one's going to be hard considering the coming months. Like, all of these little hang-ups I have with, you know, things I tend to talk about a lot. I mean, to be fair, they do get brought up. But, like, I don't want to change the vibe of the stream. Like, I'm doing good. I think it's going to suck in a lot of regards, but I think I'm on the right path and that it'll be a really positive thing for me. Who knows? Maybe I'll end up being so good at the other thing that that'll go somewhere. Probably not, but it almost makes sense to me, but I might have a misperception of you. I think you're smart for what that's worth. What you're doing is good. I'm not in a position to really judge it. From the outside, I see negative self-commentary. This therapy is specifically designed to help because it can feel impossible to be... Because I'm just... I'm not productive when it comes to talking. Now, granted, I can definitely admit that I might have to eat crow on this because I haven't done it. Like, I haven't actually been to therapy, so I am speaking from a position of ignorance. But I've always considered myself a really introspective person. I know what bothers me. I know who I am. I know how I work. I understand that doing this now of all time seems weird, but it's something I've thought about a lot. I put like probably hundreds of hours of thought into this at this point. But therapy's not going to work. I know it won't. I've read self-help books. I've been on medicine. I've tried things. It maybe could work if I found a very specific type in the sea of frauds and like religious therapists with no health insurance and burn away the entire nest egg I have, and then I'd be really stressed. It seems like a completely unfruitful endeavor. I don't think therapy's bad. Don't get me wrong. I know that it can work really well for a lot of people, but I think I know myself enough to know that these people just... I'm too stubborn. I've read that one, Slan, and I had problems with that book. Like, one of the first... Okay, to give you an example of what I'm talking about, Body Keeps Score, one of the first things, it's about a PTSD psychiatrist working on PTSD, right? That's the theme of the book. It talks about PTSD. I didn't necessarily think I had PTSD, but I know my sister does, and so I thought maybe I could get something from it, and if not, maybe I could learn a little bit more about my sister. So I felt like it was a fruitful endeavor to read something like that. It's like $10. And one of the things that really rubbed me the wrong way, like immediately about it, is talking about like a group of Army vets who were struggling with post-traumatic stress disorder and how they seemed very unwilling to open up to anyone until they did like kind of a pseudo-initiation ritual for the psychiatrist where he was part of their unit, and then they were a lot more forthcoming and less cagey after the fact, right? And he surmised from that they kind of feel like, you know, how do I phrase this next part to where it doesn't sound asinine? Give me a second. I'm going to think before I speak on this because this is the punchline, the important part. It almost felt like victim blaming, where it's like you're traumatized and then you won't like open up to anyone. My personal experience is when I've tried to be open about these things, it always has been thrown back in my face. People really don't give a shit. And I feel like it's more that is developed as a mechanism to deal with the fact that they are treated as lesser people for having undergone trauma. Hello, Shivian. And so it felt kind of like, I don't know, like it was a good book and a lot of the things he said made sense, but like that was in like the first few chapters and I was immediately like, this is just, I kind of fucking hate this. Hello, Ghost by Go. Thank you, Anon, for gifting a sub to Castley. Because I'm very open as a person. There's not a lot of shit that I'll hold back. Like I will talk about damn near anything, and it feels like you kind of have this label of like damaged person attached to you once something happens to you. Like, I felt this way when both my dad and my mom died. I had a friend of mine at the time who legitimately told me verbatim, months after my father had passed away, that he didn't feel a particular need to talk to me because he didn't know what to say. And I understand that. I'm still friends with this person. I don't really hold that against them. In the moment, it feels super shitty, right? But most people are just not equipped to talk about those. How could you, right? And that's exactly why I kind of see this therapy stuff, and I'm like, man, I have such a bizarre set of problems. You know, you got stuff in that department. I have a very atypical, like, job situation, quote unquote. It just seems like it would be finding a needle in a haystack, and I just am not willing to go through the tribulations of that. Maybe you're right. Maybe I could find someone like that, but I think a combination of what is the problem and knowing how people are, and therapists are people too, I just wouldn't feel comfortable with it. I don't think it would be productive. I think the most I would really be able to get out of it is some yada yada hoo ha. You need to set healthy boundaries and consider basically what I'm doing right now. I don't mean it to diminish anything, but I really think that your problems are not as atypical as you imagine. So when I say my problems, it's just, it is the problems are atypical, but the way I think and the way I approach things is very atypical too. Like I said, I think it's possible that I could be fruitful, but I'm just not willing to burn through an obscene amount of money when I know what the problem is. Hello, Desert Rose. That slide was happy. Yeah, what a great slide, by the way. Wow. Woo! I don't know. I've heard so many, like, negative experiences with the therapy thing, too. With problems that are just things that are completely normal. Played this before? Not really. I did 2 streams ago, but I spent 30 minutes staring at a wall. Therapist, get me enough dungeon hearing tokens. God, I gotta do that shit too. I finally, like literally right before streaming, got the 30,000 necromancy souls for that fucking quest. Negative is typically louder than the positive on most things. I understand. I think, however, sometimes I feel like I have a generally disarming demeanor in the sense that I don't think people really get the full scope of just how irreverent and stubborn I am. Hello, Pompey Panda. It is, because usually if there's disagreements, I'll be, I see your point, but like in my mind, I'm like, no, this is, no. Just don't think I would respond very well to it. Think I know everything, I guess, on some level. More offensive because I didn't want to hear it. I appreciate things people say to me long after they say them because of that. Out of 6 therapists, I had 1 nice one, 1 okay, both from free healthcare. Paid ones were kind of brain dead. Because I've tried, like, I'm not someone who's completely... I know there's a lot of people who are very big advocates for mental health, and I want to make it clear I am too. But 2 things. I've tried psychiatrists. I've tried, like, fucking 4 or 5 different types of medicine. Because I think that there are nights where I'm like, literally nothing is wrong, and I just feel like I'm being crushed in like a fucking the little, you know, Undertale 2, the little orphan shaking machine. It feels like that. Like nothing is wrong. So to me, that kind of feels like a chemical imbalance sort of thing, right? That makes sense to me. It's not something I can really even articulate. So I've tried that. Various results with the different medicines, but nothing really concrete. But I don't know. I know it's not meant this way, and I haven't really taken it that way, but it is kind of funny that a few streams ago, maybe a few weeks ago, we talked about therapy as a whole and how people will kind of just ignore everything you say and just say, get therapy, Lamau. And I also feel like it's a similar thing where if I were to go and it didn't work, people would just tell me I haven't found the right one. Okay. So how long would I be expected to go through that carnival, right? Have you tried subscribing to an out? No, I don't think that's very good. I think the things like the alpha male boot camp are radicalizing people who are sad and lonely. And it's a big problem. I think it's bigger than anyone has really realized. I think some people talk about it, but it's not even that alpha male thing specifically, just the idea that so many lonely and sad people are being shepherded into like the worst groups ever. What the fuck is this thing, by the way? Easy targets? Yeah. Still occasionally get calls from one that told me to just be happy how far I made it. Alright. Yeah. Yeah. And so here's the thing too. This isn't really related to you, Zadok, but like, I personally think that there is nothing more I could do to show that I appreciate all of this than to say, hey, look, there's something wrong and I want to make it better. I want to be better for the stream as a whole. I know things are going to be weird for a while, but I am very, like, a big part of the frustration is I am keenly aware of how good I have it in many, many ways. And so it's a source of frustration when you feel like, I mean, you know you have it good, and you're just like, what the fuck? When is the switch in the brain gonna flip off to where I can feel like, yeah, we're kicking it? Maybe it's simply vitamin D. Probably not. But I think I have a really good handle on what I need to do to fix things. Imposters? It depends on the day, maybe. I don't, like I said, I don't actively think, like, on a regular day that I'm worse than people. There's a lot of days where I'm like, holy fuck, people watch this guy? What the fuck is this? I'm sure people say that about me. Like, it's some days high on the hog. Like, after a good stream, you know, when I feel like I'm doing a good job, I'm, you know. And so maybe if I feel like I'm doing a good job at something that isn't streaming, that energy will carry over. Just gotta try it out, right? I don't trust therapists either. So I don't like meds. I don't think they'll solve my fundamental problems. You're not comfortable with professionals. You can try your own case conceptualization exercises to manage it. Maybe. Okay. This is the sauna. Are we going to put it on like 35 degrees and sit on the child bench? No, I agree, Spellsling. So I'll be fully honest about this. Hello, Matt Mank. I've said a lot on stream. Someone having a broken arm doesn't mean that a person complaining about a broken finger is in the wrong in any way. There are people who have way worse problems than me. There are people who, you know, it goes either way, right? Thank you, Petunia, for the 10 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. I acknowledge that, but a little bit of me saying that I know that there are people, like, people do have a very negative outlook on streamers, like, piping up about their problems as a whole. Not necessarily this group of people, but I understand that a lot of people take it as, like, super first world problem, whining about shit that doesn't matter. So it's kind of covering my bases for those people. It's not that I'm actually thinking, oh, well, I should be happy because, you know, children are being massacred in, you know, some country or another. Right now it's Palestine, right? So, I don't know. It's complicated, but I'm not, on most days I'm not thinking, I'm not as negative as I displayed on the previous stream. That is like the low point. Nihilistic towards psychiatric help nowadays, so that makes sense, regardless if it's related or not. Mine says realistic. Anyone who just drops everything to say seek therapy is a little brainwashed. Also, as much as antidepressants, SSRIs regulate your brain, after getting off of 5 of them last October, there comes a point where they just hold you back and you're forced to be addicted to them. So I think, I'm going to reiterate, I think various things are helpful to different people. I think for me, I have just not experienced enough of life. Toilet, yes, we're skibbitying in the Riz halls. I am just an underdeveloped human being in a lot of regards, and I think that I need to grow as a person so I can have confidence that I am not like a malformed little weirdo. I'm always going to be a weirdo, but there's something to be said for going out and, you know, picking heavy shit up. So I think it's always been true that my stream and the audience have always trailed like a few years behind my age, right? There's several people in here who have said I've been watching since high school. And, you know, I compare how they were back then to how they are now. And there's been a couple where it's like, oh my God, this guy should have just, like, became a statistic or whatever. Like, man, maybe we shouldn't ban guns in America. Maybe if there were more guns. I'm kidding. There's only one instance of that, and that's not anyone in here. But usually it's like, damn, these guys have really, like, fucking got their shit together. And I kind of feel like I need to have, like, a certain level of growth, personally, to make sure that I'm not outgrown by people who were once high schoolers in my stream. That's not, like, a real thing I think about a lot, but just the general idea that it's like you see other people around you growing and you're like, damn, I guess I need to grow too. So worst case scenario, I'm completely off base about all the things I'm saying. I don't know what I'm talking about. I should have gotten therapy. I'm still going to get personal growth, a different perspective from doing something I wouldn't do normally. And I think that will be helpful in any capacity, regardless of the validity of any of my statements, right? I just don't want to feel stagnant. Thank you, Kid, for gifting a sub to Rick. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Eating a lot more Pizza Hut since I started watching. It's, yeah. Ugh. I actually, dude, you know what's so fucked? One of the places we went to, the closest thing was In-N-Out, so we were literally waiting for In-N-Out to open. We were first in line for In-N-Out. I've changed so much in a week. I mean, I've had In-N-Out before. It's pretty good. I still think Whataburger clears it, but it wasn't bad. I've never said In-N-Out is bad. I just like jerking the In-N-Outers chains a little bit. You know, me saying I think Whataburger is superior doesn't mean that In-N-Out is like a substandard product. Domino's are better than pizza? Well, that's anything in franchises. Like, whenever you have a franchise, you're gonna have, like, people who live in an area where there's, like, a complete dog shit Whataburger, or a really good McDonald's, or a really good Burger King. What an immersive pool stream, huh? Man. Yeah, after this stream, I'm going to try my damnedest not to talk about this shit again, which the next stream is tomorrow. So I'm going to stream 2 hours earlier from now on going forward. Another one of the ways I'm changing is, like, I also wake up at 5 in the fucking morning now during weekdays. So if I ever want to have, like, the odd weekday stream, I have to start earlier, which is 2 hours early, so 6 Central U.S. time. And it's definitely going to take a while for me to get to a point where I can consistently do Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Apologies for that, but it will hopefully happen. Like I said, this is the first time in a while where I'm like, maybe the mountains aren't actually mountains. Maybe they're in fact giants or windmills. Not trying to be like parasocial and sit here and fucking whine to you guys, but understand the last stream was a little raw, so gotta clear it up, right? Join the VOD. I mean, I'm not gonna stream like 1 hour. It's gonna start earlier, but you might be able to make it in. Getting rawed every now and then. Well, I really do not like being vulnerable. I always feel disgusting. I always feel like I feel disgusting. Let me put it that way. So I know there are a lot of people who will, I hope, have not been privy to these last 2 streams. Let me put it that way. Wake up at 4:45 a.m. and go to work at 5 to avoid 3 hours of traffic. I mean, going into the fucking 7-Eleven and getting a fucking pig in a blanket is nice, but thank you, VI Pizza, for the 66 months. What's up, pimp? Only the prong of attacking you and fix your mental health is a good thing. You change your circumstances, but I hope you understand that people... Yeah, I know. I just think they're wrong. Maybe they're not, but I think they are. It's not an insult. I just know how I am, and I know how I react to these things, and I just do not. I don't think I would respond well. Maybe, like, electroshock therapy. Maybe if you got me in the chair and maybe that would be good. But I don't know. I feel like a big portion of therapy is, like, learning to be open and talk about things. Like, one of the common things a lot of people mention with therapy is they have a really hard time opening up. I don't give a fuck. Like, the things, like, you know, my mom killed herself and said it was my fault, and no, I don't care. Like, I'll tell that. I mean, I'm sure on some level I do, but, like, those things are not really the problem. It's more nebulous things. And no, I'm not even, no sad crying rats. It's funny. Like, Mother's Day, I think, is like tomorrow or some shit. We're gonna get CWC on the screen. We're going to celebrate Mother's Day, you know. So, I don't really need any help opening up, dog. Call me fucking Mr. Hands. Emotional Mr. Hands. So, it's just that opening up has proven to be a wrong choice far more often than it has been the correct one. Eye movement therapies that require little or no talking lets you sort of well, you know what? I'll make a promise for you, okay? If in my shitty little 9-to-5 I have as my side hustle, which I've been lovingly referring to as my hobby, if I ever get to a point where I get health insurance, I'll try it, okay? Like, if I had health insurance, I would be infinitely more willing to go and waste like hundreds of hours being right. But I do not like parting with money. I am very, very, like, my mother's side was Jewish, okay? I have the nose and I have that tendency, alright? Hello, Bloomin'. I do not like spending money on things like that. It's fine if it's someone else. Like, if it was for Autumn or whatever, I wouldn't care. But if I think it's gonna be a waste, I'm not gonna just blow money for nothing. High yield savings account? Yeah. Who doesn't? You got the Roth IRA, you got your S&P, you got your dividends. Come on, brother. Legally required? I'm not fucking paying money for that shit, dog. Like, they haven't fucking sent a cop to my house. Like, maybe I'll have it at some point, and then we'll see. I'll try it. Well, I guess I'm dead now. How expensive to get a personalized plan online? Dog. One of the reasons I went without a phone for like fucking hundreds of years is because I felt like a phone bill plan was way too much of an expense. It's not that I can't afford it. That's just not what I do. Like, these pennies are so fucking pinched, bro. Ever been in a coma that was really fun? No, I hope to be in a coma one day. I want to faint. I want to be in a coma. I wonder what it would... I don't really want to have a stroke or a heart attack, but I do wonder what those feel like. I don't know. I understand that the therapy people are approaching this with the best intentions, but you're not going to make headway with this with me. I am resolute. I am very stubborn. You need to remember that this is the asshole who played Winnie the Pooh Home Run Derby for 23 hours in a row until I beat it, to the point where my partner at the time was messaged on Twitter to perform an intervention on me to make sure I eat. That's just what I am. Like, that's my DNA, right? It works sometimes. It's really good sometimes, but some others it's like, no, sent the message. Yeah, unfortunately I do. How you liking this game? Honestly, dog, sometimes, you know, sometimes this is like the streamer feels. They really think I can't beat a king cobra. Where the fuck did it all go wrong? Let me make that decision on my own. Yeah, I literally... I really just don't know how to articulate it better. I don't have words. Like, I'm not you, and you are not me. I don't think the same way you do. It's not me trying to be like, oh my god, I'm so unique. I have had a very unconventional route through pretty much every stage of my life. On one hand, I think that makes me really good in a lot of ways, but it has its shortcomings, right? This is one of them. The name of this, pools. Everything has been unconventional for me. There has never really been normalcy for me. I'm not sure if there ever will be. So trying to chase that ideal is asinine. Gotta forge your own path. Have I mentioned that one of the things I value the most is the ability to be autodidactic? I don't know if that's how you say it, but the ability to teach yourself something, to learn for yourself, to take your own interpretation, do things your own way. It doesn't mean your way is going to be better. In fact, most of the time, it's going to be far worse. There is just not a whole lot of people who are capable of finding out solutions that are better than the sum of humanity. That's just how it works, right? But that's how I am. There's never going to be a crystallizing event that changes that in me. I'm never going to be galvanized into approaching things with a different mentality. One of the reasons this last week has been so good is because I am that way, and I actually, to be quite honest with you, thrown into a fucking dumpster. But I know how to talk to people, and I know how to figure things out. I just, you want to know something completely embarrassing? There are situations I've already had in the last week where it's I have to talk to someone who's kind of like big dick on campus, and I kind of somewhat confrontational conversation. And I think, yeah, maybe that's a little nerve-wracking, but there's no fucking way this is going to be a more unpleasant conversation than what I've had with Joe or Mazelis or Hank or any of these fucking weirdos. No matter how bad it goes, it's just not. And it went good. We're gonna go drinking at some point, I guess. So thank you, Salvatore, for the 43-month resub. I appreciate it. It's really just not that serious. I think I have a way of talking with people that is appreciated. You're so talented. It's not that I'm talented. It's just that I've had to talk to a lot of really weird people, so I know a little bit how to deal with very uncomfortable conversations. Speaking of which, we're talking shit on Joe. apparently he's working like hardcore 8-hour shifts. He has a job and he's killing it. So we gotta give props where props are due. He's making big money moves. According to him. Where the fuck are we in game? I don't know. Made this all? No, I didn't do shit. Third-party reporter? Well, I got it. It was a screenshot of what he said to Cooler Matthew. This is my favorite part so far. This feels like some sort of fucked up anglerfish is gonna burst through the walls. Sorry, I haven't really been talking about the game much, but this is probably for the best. Uh-oh. Oh! Dang. Guess we fell through the floor. Got tired of Matt asking? Well, no, I really don't. I think Joe is incapable of deception. Maybe you disagree and that's fine, but we've all known someone who just is like, I'm not saying this is him specifically, but they're just so stubborn, so pig-headed, so, like, they cannot lie. Like, they're just incapable. Like, you ask them their political opinions and they'll tell you that they think women should be put in the cages that pigs get put into and bred as chattel livestock. They can't help themselves. They cannot hide their power level, I guess. And that's fucked up. But I'm just saying, like, because the reason I say that is Joe's brother got fired, like, multiple times for being unable to keep his abortion opinions to himself. There are people like that. Like, they cannot help themselves. They will always say the truth and what they think, but not in a good way. Kind of respect that. I don't. But the truth is their opinion. They cannot hide from you. They will not deceive you. Maybe now I sound like Mozless. They are not lying, simply deceiving. They always tell the truth. Fucking Joe, China, 2025, free Taiwan, Taiping revolution. Like, you know? Christ almighty. Not a good trait to have in a professional setting. No, it is not. Level of respect that they're not lying about it. I think there are some times where you should lie. That's my unpopular opinion. I do not think lying is universally a morally bad thing. I've been in several situations where I think everything would have been better if I had lied. Now, that's a tough thing to go down, because then you start justifying... Like, if you believe that some lies are okay, then you start justifying ones that aren't. So you have to be really good at self-policing your bullshit. You have to be able to know when you're lying to yourself. I lie if it's funny. I do too. Like, this is a dramatic example, but like if someone's like, hey, what do you think about your opinion on contentious hot button political issue in the workplace? And you say, oh, I don't really have an opinion, and they press you, I think it's okay to lie. And say you don't really have an opinion, and maybe, you know, I guess I see where you're coming from. I just don't agree. Maybe you have a really strong opinion, and you should lie about it, right? I would say this isn't the place that... I would just say shut the fuck up, probably. Like, I don't like being pushed on things. Like, maybe I wouldn't. I guess I'm kind of a pussy, but... I'm both Siamese sneeze. But I also don't really have any... I don't know. I guess I don't really care about talking about those things. I don't think I have any, opinions that the mainstream considers like overtly wrong or terrible. I think. Okay, let's go up that ladder. There's a time and place, but once my 90-day parole is over, a new job, I'm dropping casual suicide jokes. Yeah. I had someone ask me, someone who was not a person I worked for asked me about something, and I said, I really don't not fucking know. You may as well be showing me Egyptian hieroglyphics right now. Thankfully, they laughed, but like that's just the kind of shit that I say. Hello, farm pig. No, I'm not. I'm very, very much a manlet. Hello, Dreadlord. Just parrot the latest Fox News. See, I don't even know what those are. I never know what the marching orders are for either side. I think right now the zeitgeist has been primarily the Drake versus Kendrick Lamar shit, which I actually could not care less about. Oh, I still am. I'm fucking 170 pounds. Is it some celebrity drama again? Yeah, I guess it's like a rap battle, but like I don't know. I don't really care about either of these people. My body is a temple and it shan't be defiled by celebrity gossip. Uh-oh. Unless it's really funny. I can make exceptions if it's really fucking funny. This doesn't seem like it's really fucking funny. Rap ceasefire? Fuck, dude. Is there like a rap war crimes court? Go to The Hague or whatever the fuck it's called. Trying to strike a chord and it's probably a minor. Nice. Fun of Kendrick for being short and allegedly beating his wife, so Kendrick made fun of him for being a deadbeat dad and an alleged pedophile or under a sex trafficking ring. And so I know the most minuscule about this one part. I said it earlier. I think you heard it. I'm not making definitive accusations, but if I had a friend or a coworker or whoever in my personal life who was comfortable talking about like relationship stuff with a 14, 15, 16-year-old, I would probably distance myself from that person. I don't think I would want to talk to them anymore. Maybe if it's like circumstances where you're a high school teacher and they text you about things that where it doesn't go, like I can understand that maybe, but it also like not talking about the relationship stuff specifically. I don't know. Maybe he's just weird, but I don't know, man. Drake putting Millie Bobby Brown in his diss with no prompt was icing on the cake. Can't think of anyone big inside the industry who's come to Drake's defense over any of the allegations. Well. I respect that to a degree. And it's not directly comparable because I certainly know Drake. But I remember a time when I was being accused of not sexual stuff, but like cheating at streaming, cheating at like fucking shitty ass Dark Souls challenge runs or whatever, where there were not a lot of people who would come to my defense either. So I don't know. I have a little bit of a soft spot for this sort of thing, I guess, where I'm not super comfortable using that point specifically as reasoning, but I don't know the whole situation. I think even now, like, do you think if I got accused of talking about like Billie Eilish or whatever the fuck, like literally anything, that I would have a huge network of people coming to my defense. No, absolutely not. I promise you, I don't. Like, I'm still like more or less an island in regards to that. I cannot fathom people coming to my defense on almost anything, no matter how minor or major. So came to your defense about pissing and no, people did. People were saying it was really strange that the pool pissing thing was being compared to literal pedophilia and murder, but I more mean like quote unquote contemporaries, not necessarily you guys, like other streamers, right? Wasn't that difficulty Justin 3? I don't have a lot of people in that category. Let us not look back to pool pissing, Jesus Christ. Well, to be fair, I think one of the main reasons that got so inflammatory is gone now, so I don't know if there will ever be a repeat of that. I was, gonna start trying to say more positive things about myself. I think that you must be like an actual fucking god if people wait for so long to get on your case about something, and that's like all they fucking have is the pool pissing thing. You're really sitting pretty if that's like the big issue that people like get mad at. Like 9 years of streaming, and that's the thing people got the most upset about by far. Like fucking saint, right? Good God, man. Like at that point, it's just people who have had a problem for a long time who are just looking for anything at all. Is my interpretation of it, at least. Same thing with the animal tier list, right? But yeah, maybe you think I have like a misjudgment in one of these things, but good God. Okay. We'll finish the animal tier list tomorrow. Problematic. And that's weird because, like, I feel like there have been things that probably I should not have done or said, but I don't know, man. Always seems to trigger people. Remember this? That's true. That's true. People do get upset about that. Animal smack. No, Torpal. Still doing bingo? We can do bingo, but for now I'm not going to be able to honor the game request part of it. I have to think of what to do to that. I'm not trying to be negligent, but I'm things are kind of up in the air right now, so I got to figure it out. You can still do like the Sif paw print thing. I haven't started on the ones yet, but I will do it. Hello, a donkey. Personal issues they need to work through? Well, I mean, I can tell you my unpopular opinion of why that is, but it's kind of armchair analyst bullshit. I think there are a group of people who primarily watch streamers, not a particular person, but just streamers as a whole, because they want to feel superior. They want to look at this dumb streamer, dumb YouTuber, and then when something kind of goes counter to that, they feel like, I don't know, they feel like they're getting corn-cobbed, you know? It's like a lesser version of what happens with DSP and lolcows. Like, I still, to this day, maintain DSP's obviously not the greatest person around, but the way the people who are involved with things, people like that, so matter-of-factly assert their superiority and just, I don't know. I feel like if you have to find these sorts of people to feel superior, you're very sad. You know? Just as a whole. Like, King Cobra specifically is like the worst one. Because King Cobra, a lot of the lolcow people have like one or two things they've done that are terrible and indefensible. And they like those the most because they feel like that gives them just a free pass to say and be as terrible to that person as they want. Maybe it does, but I don't think that's indicative of good character, right? No, you don't have to give me shit. I like to paint, but thank you. I like watching King Cobra because I think the cooking videos are funny as fuck. I like King Cobra. And even the ones that I haven't liked, I watched for the spectacle, not so much because I'm like, yeah, I want to feel morally superior to anyone. Please, like, I think that in general, I know a lot of you aren't like this, but this is kind of a sentiment I've heard before, where, you know, it's natural to want to feel better than someone. There's nothing wrong with that, but you should have enough self-love and enough wherewithal to think, I want to be able to compare myself to someone that I think is good and think, damn, you know, they got to look out. But you shouldn't be having the bar that low. You should be able to try to strive to a point in your life where you can look at people you think are really good and think, you know what? I'm as good or better than them. It's not like a takedown or tear down of them. But you don't gotta, like, I don't know. How are you ever gonna get better if the only person you can say you're better than is, like, CWC? Right? Is the point I'm trying to make. And I guess that's not really on the forefront of everyone's mind, but with them it is, because they're the ones sitting there trying to act superior, right? See, AF's got... I agree with AF on this. Like, wow, you're better than CWC or Cyrax. Woohoo, yippee. Why don't you try being better than, like... Amy Schumer. Or, Drake. Or, Danny DeVito. You know, put the bar a little higher. Right? Lizzo. Tolomeo and his whatever. Well, I'm not exactly a fucking ideal to strive towards. Most people are better than I am, I think. I still maintain that. Like, not exactly a shining example of humanity. But that's okay. I think, at the risk of sounding like a little bit too much of a hippie, I don't think everyone's meant to be like a super ambitious example of whatever the fuck, right? Thank you, Giga Milky, for the 48-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I think a lot of people who are content in, I guess, perceived lower positions feel like a stress from everybody to, like, you be a manager, you need to do this, you need to do that. It doesn't always line up with your ideals because you gotta make fucking money, right? But I think there's nothing wrong with wanting to be, I don't know, a guy at a parking booth or whatever the fuck. Just want to, yeah, I don't really have, I'm not a particularly ambitious person either, so. It's okay. Raw brick for a pool is both a bad idea and all kinds of accidents waiting to happen. Alright. You think, let's say hypothetically, this was ToloCon, and we got to vote on two people who would get in a mud-lathered fist fight / wrestling match on one of these brick bridges that drop into a brick pool. Who would we pick? I want in, me and Kid. Noodle, that is one of the most roundabout, like, I was literally just talking about the infantilization of language and how people use these roundabout terms to say they want to kill themselves, and that's, come on, you're better than that. Heart for sure. You can't put Kid up there. They just fucking die. Like, okay. I would find two furries, and they have to compete in the fursuits. I don't care who the furries were. I think that would be funny as fuck. And take a step and the bricks would crumble, actually, and I would win. Oh. Okay. Well, there are plenty here. Yeah. Yeah. Remember when we had dinner and I told you that the Discord had become very different. And there's like a huge amount of LGBT now. Do you believe me a little bit more about that now? What's going on, Cloud Strife? It's just fucking so strange. It's not bad. I like it. I like this iteration of chat more than any other. Well, I don't know. Most others. I won't be too nice to you. But it's... the part... I honestly sometimes think that the Joe Maz was the best. I know that's fucked up. This shit's literally infinite content. Like, you bored? Like, just prod one of them and they just start saying shit. And it's the easiest thing in the world. Ever miss Ananas? So I never really had any particular burning grudge against Ananas, but he was always more of a Discord person rather than a stream participant. So not really. I feel like a lot of the time the disdain for Ananas in particular was kind of overblown. But no, he's been in here since he was banned on Discord, but he's just never really been big. Like, a lot of the times when he would participate in a stream, it would be in the form of making a sock account to try to irritate me. He was just a Discord elemental, similar to Jack. I don't know where to go for this part, brothers. Felt so uncomfortable with Maz. Man. Tolo banned his own little brother. You wouldn't want to be my little brother. The last person who tried to like say they were my little brother, I told them that if they were my little brother, I would have taken them out into the woods when we were kids and strangled them to death. So I don't know if I would be great brother material. I don't think I don't think yeah, I did eat my brother in the womb too. So I would have thrown rocks at you. Yeah, and there's only one person I can ever recall intimidating in my life. There was this guy at church who would like take my shoes and like run away with them, and he was like a little fucker, so I had a lot of trouble catching him. And then he took them towards a lake and acted like he was gonna drop them in the lake. And I guess I looked so fucking mad at him that he dropped them and just like he was my friend from that point on. Like I won the intimidation check. Like I guess I looked like I was gonna fucking kill him. So no, Jamster. I don't think I've ever really talked about this guy. I like this guy. It was weird because you may have noticed that I tend to have like an extreme amount of patience with like the strangest people. That's always been a thing. If I saw someone who was like not, and I gravitate towards outcasts. I try to befriend people who just don't seem like they're having a good run of things. Because I would want that to be done for me. And this guy in particular, it took a lot of effort to get this motherfucker to talk to me. But eventually he did, and he was cool. I liked him. And his story doesn't really end badly. Like, I have nothing bad to say about this guy whatsoever. But, like, I got invited to his house once and we hung out, and he had, like, really rough home situation where I say I was a feral child, but his little sister was, like, if you told her not to do something, she would attack you and start scratching you. Like, really fucking hard. And, like, trying to bite you and shit. He's, like, 6 or 7, maybe? I don't know. Maybe a little younger. But it was kind of fucking scary, because the entire house was just beholden to this small little child where if you irritated it, it would actually attack you. I didn't really like going over to his house because of that. And you could tell it was like a point of embarrassment for him, so I felt super shitty. His dad was a huge piece of shit. Mom seemed like a saint, but there's only so much you can do when you're doing everything. Hope that guy's doing well. I think that was the only time I've ever been afraid of a child. They were like not. It was not like play scratching. Like she'd like break shit. Ugh. Children are scary. Yeah, but like, not like holy shit. This kid is. Like, you know what's scary about kids? It's when they like fall or do something fucking brain dead. And they have this moment where they pause and you know they're about to make that stupid fucking face where they scrunch up and start making the most annoying noise you've ever heard for like 20 minutes. That is the worst part. The scariest part about kids. Like, they have this moment where they're processing what just happened to them and they're kind of like, it's so cringy. I know, I'm sorry. I don't like kids very much. I don't have a disdain towards them. Like, I don't want them to get hurt. But fuck me, dude. You see, they fall and you're like, okay, we gotta go get the pills. We gotta get the ibuprofen. Gotta get the Tylenols. One time when I was in parenting class, we gotta be in charge of a preschool. One of the kids got up silently and walked over to another kid, just kicked him in the face as hard as he could. That's awesome. People pivot from that into convincing. Yeah, I've heard it said that the reason they do that is they want to see what your reaction is. So, yeah, what AAF said. But I don't really have a reaction. I'm just like, oh, shit. And I'm just like, not the most expressive person in the world, so I'm just kind of like looking at them. So maybe it's just because I'm ugly. I don't know. It's a mystery. Yeah, I guess if I'm ever in a situation like that again, which I really don't anticipate, I just start laughing at him. That might work, right? Kid hitting people with his roller coaster car and then hits in the back and starts sobbing. All right, dude, I forgot, dude. Oh my god, so much has fucking happened. This was before the bad stream, but we had gone. The reason we went to the Renaissance Fair is we went to a friend's house to go visit and hang out. And the funniest shit in the world happened. Like, we had no idea that they had like a roommate where there was a child, like a fucking little kid, like barely able to walk. And Autumn walked in the door, and I was completely fucking stun-locked because I'm like, damn, bro. Last time I've seen you, you did not have a kid. Where the fuck did this thing come from? Why do you have a child in your house? But the kid runs straight up to Autumn and starts like, uppies. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And Monster Spawn Room, yeah, like this little fucking thing comes like waddling over to Autumn, and he looks at her face, and I swear to God, he starts crying. And the kid is completely distraught, and the entire, like, so they had to like make sure to manage the crying child because of Autumn, and they brought it back out after it stopped crying, and it looked at her, and he just fucking wah. It was the funny. He didn't react at all to me, but Autumn was like the fucking harbinger of death, like the Grim Reaper, you would think, for how this kid reacted. And then it made sense because, like, I guess the conclusion we had is, I have a bad habit of referring to kids as it's. His name's Anthony, you know, trying to be nice. His mom, I guess, superficially, at like a glance, if you're drunk with like eclipse glasses on, kind of looks. They're lithe women with red hair, right? So, I guess they also frequently wear similar clothing. That's how it was explained. Then it got even fucking worse. So, the mother gets back eventually and brings like some fucked up alcohol, like 30% whiskey, pineapple, and like sake and shit. And I'm joking like, yeah, let's get fucked up. Ooh. And so that's how she ended up looking. They were joking that she should have went to the Renaissance Fair with us because she hit her head multiple times and it looked like she had horn protrusions. So I ended up like being a huge enabler and getting pissed drunk with someone who was, they were like confiding in me about something or another. I don't know. It was strange. I guess they felt like they started like trauma dumping on me, but it was fine. I don't mind it. I think the trauma dumping thing is kind of an ugly phrase. We just really want to commodify everything, including sympathy for our fellow human beings. Stop trauma dumping on me. Just simply go get therapy, you idiot. Why are you talking to me? I don't ever want to be a person who says something like that. But it was strange. It was a really fucking weird night. But it was fun for the most part. Can I trauma dump? Yeah, go for it, bro. I understand trauma dumping's a real thing, but I just... Sometimes we use really ugly language to describe our relationship with fellow human beings. Can exploit that, but usually it works out fine. Trauma, I think you should be very comfortable with the person you're going to confide in, because you can absolutely, if there's anything to worry about, it's confiding in the wrong person, more so than like, ugh, you're talking about your struggles to me? Don't you know? Emotional, they are, there's no absolutes. But I think at this point, you're just kind of playing like the fucking semantics game to an extent, because you know what I mean. I'm talking about people who are just outright dismissive of anything you share with them by using these buzzwords. Doesn't mean there aren't bad actors, doesn't mean that trauma dumping isn't real. Just gotta, I don't know. It's gotta be nicer to each other, right? Like, it's really... I don't know. Like, my opinion on it is it really feels like in the overwhelming amount of situations I've been in, being like a good, normal human being is in fact by far the easier option. Then, like, a lot of times you really do have to kind of go the fuck out of your way to be a dick. So that perplexes me. Not always. Sometimes it's a really serious situation that, like, tears at you emotionally, and if you're already in a bad space, it can be really rough. When it feels gendered, and also because I'm tired, but I 100% agree with you. Take the people jump to therapy when people are lonely and need friends. Wait, what's Farm Pig's trauma dump? Made a lot of rice and chicken yesterday and used 2 wrong spices and made it spicy by accident. It's why... Well, you like muscles, right, Farm Pig? You like big muscles, big mustaches, big asses, big country cowboy men, right? Well, spice is just like that. You can get acclimated to it pretty quickly, and then it becomes good. I used to not be the biggest spicy guy either, but now I can't get it. I feels like it doesn't have any flavor if there's no spice. Like, I don't... Uh-oh. Here we are. We're in the SpongeBob rooms, everybody. This actually reminds me of the Minecraft sponge. People, especially dudes, think I'm nice and caring, so they tell me shit. Yeah, they're mothering you, right? I called that shit. Dude, fucking battleship, baby. Oh my god, 100 miles away. Fucking big nose, foresight, call me Nostradamus. Yeah, that happens sometimes. I think when I say that people need to be nicer, I think it's primarily men when it comes to other men. It's tough. think women are mostly in the clear with that, except for outstandingly terrible individuals. But men are not very good at supporting other men. And it's just a generational thing that's going to have to be worked on incrementally. What's going on, Soren? Talks about strangers confiding in her randomly all the time. Gotta lift the homies up? Yeah, unless they're like Boogie, then he's too big. We need a lot of us. Maybe the whole chat room. But he's not a homie, so I guess that would never happen. On the 20th? Oh, God. I think things are a little too... I'm probably not streaming Monday. We'll see. I'm probably not even streaming this next weekend because I have to go out of state. But I'll try. Like I said, you should hold them subs. You shouldn't give me shit. Because I am not in a state where I'm capable of consistency right now. Are you doing that? I think I have to. I don't see an alternative. Like, consistency has not ever been my strong suit, but especially now. Hello, R-Noodle. I want to get to a point where I can do like 3 or so, maybe 4 regularly, but a week. It's going to be a minute. I need to get stronger, need to get ripped, need to be fucking... I don't know. Just need to get better. Just need to improve. Parties are bad? Are you fucked up? Better not go live, boy. Poor Cobra. Poor Cobra, man. Come buff, more gays will come and more... I don't think I'm gonna get buff. I'll probably get lean, but... I don't imagine I'm gonna get ripped to my muscle guts. Something new happened to Cobra? I have no idea. I haven't been keeping up with it. I have not had that much time to be... Because I'm kind of in a really awful state where I'm working in the sun all day and I'm weak physically. And so I get tired. I'm yawning right now. It's 11 o'clock and I've got... You know, so I'm like ready to go to bed when I get back. And I imagine that's not going to last forever. It's just I'm really not used to that sort of stuff yet. Nanobot Andy was homeless for a while, but I think some guy scooped her up and she lives with him now. What a nightmare sentence. What the fuck are you talking about? Thank you, Leonidas, for gifting a sub to Anryu VT. I appreciate it. So number one, I don't know. I will be forthcoming in that once you start talking about people with the suffix Andy, I check out. I thought you introduced... I don't know who Nanobot Andy is. Maybe I do. Maybe it's referring to someone who I know by a different name. Have I introduced you guys to a Nanobot Andy? What the fuck? Am I... Is that Billie Eilish? Yeah, I'm drawing a blank here. I don't know. Yellow slide, the best? You think so? Soren, that's completely fucked, dude. I'm sorry. I can't imagine. It feels weird to have traumatic things like that happen at first, but you need to trust yourself and trust that your recollection of what happened was accurate. Could have been a host. I don't think I've hosted someone in years. I don't know. What does that? Sexually assaulted is what essayed means, or San Antonio'd. Biased to green. I'm always a blue guy. San Antonio? Yeah, another example of my flippant behavior. Kind of means, yeah, a little bit. You know what the worst part of San Antonio is? There's like an insane amount of stray dogs. We went to a gas station and there were legitimate like 5 stray dogs just walking around waiting for someone to bring out like a hot dog. How's work? It's good. It's fun. I'm just tired. My favorite part is I don't think when I'm doing it. I just turn myself off. That's valuable to me. I tend to ruminate too much on dumb shit, so it's good to have hobbies, I guess. No dog deserves to be a stray. You gotta be careful, though. Something, road to hell is paved with good intentions. My mom was of a similar sort. Every single fucking time there was like some dog that was in bad circumstances, she'd bring him into our house. That's why we had 7 dogs at one point. And I will never forget. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. You spread yourself too thin, and then everyone suffers because you don't have the resources, and you just end up more or less being the neglectful kind of abusive. So you gotta make sure you really have time to commit to that sort of thing. That's why I told Autumn, no, like 4 dogs is already pushing it with 2 people. Like, it's way too much a lot of the time, honestly. But, no more. No more. Crazy, yeah. It's rough right now, but, because we're watching Sister's dog, but it's not all bad. I think the only thing that sucks right now is I feel really bad for Sif that I'm gone all day during the week. And she's like, woo! 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 like freaking out. So, yeah. Is the Wiggler well behaved? Yes and no. He is for the most part. But he's like a Velcro dog. He will never leave you alone as long as you're in the room with him. He will not stop. He will not lay down. And, I don't know. It's hard because I got Tucker during lockdown. He had a hard time adjusting. Yeah, thankfully we do have other dogs. So Sif has, not alone, but one goblin they have is probably making it more stressful. Yeah, it's mostly Banjo being a puppy. They've improved a lot. It's not too bad, but lockdown dogs are actually becoming their own kind of pandemic. It's been interesting. What the hell is this place? Still a shit eater? Yeah, probably. I've given up. I don't even care anymore. I let him out and I'm like, go eat shit if you want to, you stupid fuck. Like, you can't will the stripes off a tiger, you know? I've tried putting hot sauce on it. I've tried depriving you. I've tried yelling at you. You understand what no means, and just he's smart. Like, he's really smart. He knows when he's not in your field of view. He'll wait until you've turned your head and just start like taking little sneaks. Probably he does, dude. It was fucked up. I was so mad because I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna put this fucked up like Naga Jalakia ghost pepper sauce on every bit of shit outside, and he's gonna take like, I only put a little bit on because like this is the kind of shit you put like 3 drops in a bowl of ramen and it's gonna be unpalatable for like the fucking cardboard white person, you know? It's hot. It's fucking, it's not like fucking Tapatio or whatever the fuck. And this dog just gobbles the entire fucking pile, which I only put a little bit on each bit, but like the entire pile has like a lot. Like that'd be enough to fucking really, unless you're a spicer, I think it was enough that you would be in considerable pain. He just like licked his lips at me. No outward signs of discomfort. Cause I'm thinking, oh no, I'm gonna kill my dog. Like he's gonna Like his throat's gonna close up, and he's gonna be like having a terrible reaction. He's just staring at me, sitting, licking his lips. Like, you got any more? Wanted to punch the little fucker, dude. I just made it worse because now he's like, oh yeah, wow, Now I know about spicy shit. It's like when we discovered spicy chicken nuggets. It's like, oh my god. Oh, fuck me. Awful creature. One of the worst animals I've ever seen, but I love them. Sometimes, at least. A lot less sensitive. Yes, but every other dog I've had will not, like, Sif will not eat Slim Jims if they're the spicy ones. Hello, Sifferoni. So my personal lived experience, they're really not super welcoming of spicy stuff. But Banjo eats hot Cheetos. He eats pickles. I don't know what to do. He likes everything. I don't know if we've concretely found something that he does not enjoy eating. Razor blades, perhaps? Have you tried vinegar? No. Maybe. Look at that face. What an ugly fuck. Got any bitches? Me after hitting that good weed? It's like my dad? It's fucked up, Ciferoni. My face right before my GF sits her ass down on it. Yeah, I guess so. Messes dogs' digestive system up, causing diarrhea and such. Most dogs avoid it, but some are more resistant. I do not think Banjo has, like, pain receptors. In general, like, he will run into things and, like, knock himself around in ways that seem pretty painful. He just does not care. It must be the pit bull in him. This has got to be the end, right? Yeah, he is. Okay, but he's not. He's not like some XXL bully fucking BBL Kim Kardashian fucking designer dog. He's like a mutt with pit in him. He's such a lanky little weirdo. Holy shit, this feels like Outer Wilds for some reason. Bro, I'm so hungry. What's for dinner? I already ate way too much today. I think my body wants more fuel. I haven't been, like, I ate ice cream and Burger King today, so. Fucking bulking, bro. Health, yeah. Yeah, I'm killing it. I don't know, I've just been wanting Burger King all week, and I won't get it when we're working because Autumn doesn't like Burger King. Any good meals after work? Yeah, we had egg burgers yesterday. Egg burgers are always good. unhealthiest burger and whatever. I don't. All right, brother. Like, Matt Pat needs to stay in his motherfucking lane. I don't care if he thinks Whataburger is the least unhealthy. Like, I am not gonna fucking go to this guy for like burger advice. The dude looks like he's eaten like 2 lima beans in his entire life. Thank you, Rumbles, for the 70-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I like Matt Pat, but like, come on. It's like if I started giving you like advice on like shorts and puts and fucking financial bullshit. You wouldn't listen to me, and you shouldn't listen to me. Spy X. Is it a put or a putt? Roll around in the Whopper ingredients. They're so moist and appealing. And Burger King low bar. I feel like they've upped their game up lately. Like the one near me is pretty good. It's always been fresh, and I've gotten it like way more than I should really admit to you. So I'm on the Burger King hog right now. I'm gonna roll around in the Whopper. Oh, I think I read that. I want to be naked in Jello. I think that would be the best. Blue Jello. I agree, Corgi Zach. You gotta get it fresh. It does not. It's like Little Caesars. Little Caesars is the worst fucking pizza to have like leftovers of. We're actually in a normal pool. Yippee. Wow. That seam on the sky. Fucking lazy game devs. Pee in it? Word. Hold up. I don't really have spare cups to piss in. Regrettably. I don't even have Little Caesars left over, honestly. It always gets eaten. It's like calcified, bro. I don't know how to describe it. It really is. I'm a catfish in the sense that I will eat just total dog shit. But leftover Caesars? I don't fucking know, man. That's a tough one to swallow. I mean, I realize I'm in a room, but it's odd that there's a seam there because it's circular. Even Domino's. Like, I would rather eat cold Domino's than... And I hate Domino's. Has to wrap somewhere. I paid like $750 for the collector's edition of this game. Built this Eldritch Maze as a shit designer. Would you be willing to go into a place like this? Maybe you should mod the game and fix it, asshole. No. Not doing that. Oh. Wow. Is it normal to drink Diet Cokes a day? 8 Diet Cokes a day. Okay, so... No. But I do. Sometimes. So for me... If... It depends on me how active I am. Like... If I'm streaming, I typically drink way more Diet Coke than I would just being normal. If I'm doing something that's kind of intensive... It's intensive, it's not, but like if I'm being active in terms of like let's say I'm trying to figure something out in the house or on the computer, I feel like I drink it way more than if I'm just lounging about. Lately, you know, funnily enough, I have not been drinking as much lately because I have one in the morning and then I'm gone all day and I'm just drinking water. So spending less on coke, I guess. So I'll have one when I wake up and one when I get home. Now it's the weekend, so I've had like 5 today, but you know, baby steps. He's drinking water? I mean, water's great, it just sucks, you know? Like, it just doesn't taste very good. I would rather drink tea, but I don't think tea is a great thing for that level of heat. Like, fucking 95 degrees outside with 70% humidity. It is a diuretic. I would want to drink Powerade, but there's so much sugar in it. I think one bottle of Powerade has like 120% of your daily sugar allowance. But it's so good when you're dehydrated. Oh my god, there's nothing quite like it, is there? Oh, like, it's such a good feeling to just be like completely on death's door from like the heat and dehydration, and then you're just drinking yummy Gatorade. Holy fuck. I think you guys were saying earlier the other face was representative of you, but I think it's more like this one. Seawater is the most... Yeah, okay. It tastes good, though. Like, I do like the taste of seawater. I know that's, like, an unhinged statement, and I don't drink it. But... it's a shame it's so bad for you. I got out of the ER and couldn't eat for a while. I had a big tin of a Gatorade mix that I went through over a couple weeks. That was fantastic. Has fish pee in it. Do you know how much water is in that bitch? Like, there's no chlorine in the ocean, but I don't know. I'd be more worried about, like, our pollutants, like the mercury content, for example. What's the name of this game? Pools. Although I guess with mercury, it's more fish, like eating fish. Not so much drinking the water. You would die of dehydration before having to worry about mercury. Gasoline smells great. I'm not sure. I oscillate between liking and hating gasoline. Trillions of microplastics, yeah. I didn't want to sit. What the fuck? Personally offer the water with the most forever chemicals. High quality gas smells better than cheap stuff. Race fuel smells like candy. Have you ever heard about the bears that get high off of fuel in Russia? Someone said microplastics. I'm getting real tired about hearing of microplastics and everything. It's a conundrum, isn't it? I can understand. But gotta do something about it. I mean, we're probably not. It's good to be aware, I suppose. Imagine if we could, like, kill someone and, like, cast a magical plastic mancy spell on them. Maybe call it, like, Kardashiography. And turn all of that shit into, like, a Gundam. Fuck yeah. That's the future I want to live in. Maybe not killing people, but, like, maybe donate their bodies. What? I think I explained it perfectly fine. I wish we could kill people and turn the plastic content in their bodies into something usable. That would be awesome. Imagine owning someone so hard that you killed him and turned him into like a plastic jockstrap. Thank you, Kid Icarus, for the 8-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Nanobot Andy Take. I think that's a fetish. Doesn't a fetish have to be sexual in nature? I don't know. It's not really a sexual thing for me. There's a lot of weird fetishes. Did it say it was a fetish for you? Sexual is determined. I thought, well, okay, so I was under the impression you meant me turning someone into plastic was a fetish, but you're actually being surprisingly non-accusatory and assuming the fetish is like on the end of the receiving person, which I guess that's fine. People do enjoy being stuck in Lugia's stomach alone, I suppose. Been to Schlitterbahn? No. Made furniture out of people? I mean, you gotta be honest. That furniture was pretty cool. Unethical, but cool. Garden of Banban? How many? That's right, Garden of Banban new chapter came out. Thank Christ. I sure am excited for that. It's a very nice room. Gonna play the Alessia game? Yeah, probably. We need that merch. Strong devotion to something, but it's kind of been warped, right? How literally basically means figuratively now. I was surprised to find out there are people who still get like really mad when people do not use the exact definition of literally. Guess that makes sense. I really don't like when people do the could care less thing, so no, it's not M. Perry, because if you say you could care less, then that means there's a level lower than your current level of care, and it would only make sense if it's like, how much do you care about this? Well, I could care less. I have like a level of care for it. Couldn't care less means it's an idiom. It's no, I think you are insane. I really don't think that's the case. I think maybe that's an after-the-facting sort of thing. First word to be its own antonym, but most happened in the past before they were born. I would probably agree that it's become that, but I think... I don't know, man. Thank you, Dreams, for the 14-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Same with poisonous instead of venomous. Well, that's actually... that could be an important distinction based on what you're talking about. They could kill us, but they choose... no one ever uses it that way, though. So maybe if it's all, like, next-level 3D irony. But usually... it's like saying I should be so lucky. No, I don't think so. I think that it's anecdotal, and I'm sure... I don't know if there's a way to, like, definitively say... but every person I've seen who has used it in that way literally just doesn't understand. What gets me is irregardless. That one's kind of annoying too. Like, they just don't grasp what they're saying when you question them on it. You were the first person in 9 years of me mentioning this to start talking about it in this way. So I believe that you use it in that way. I don't have a problem accepting that. Just not necessarily convinced that everyone's on the same page as you. Is irregardless, like irrespective and regardless combine? It's just a redundancy, right? it is combined like that, and a lot of people do say it. They functionally mean the same thing. It's one of those things you say to seem like a little bit more verbose, I guess. Irregardless isn't a word, just a bushism. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't be fooled again. Winning. Holy shit. Maybe we can have pools in Detroit. Fool me multiple times. Nuclear. These houses go for millions. I mean, this would be an interesting place to live. Hello, Balder. What's up, dude? Hurricane hit hard? Yeah. Fucking Katrina aftermath smoke signal. Non-plussed incorrectly because the non makes something unaffected rather than stun locked, which is essentially what the word means. I didn't know that. I learned something new. I thought it meant just completely uncaring, so... Chilling before sleep takes me, hell yeah, dude. I swear there's an Airbnb that's basically an intentionally flooded house. I think flooded houses look really fucking cool. Have you seen those photoshops where it's like just some random residential property, like a shark photoshopped into the water in the living room? That shit is so awesome. I love that. I wish I had a living room shark. I want to live on one of the houses in the pillars, no solicitors. I had a random child knock on my door today and ask if he could do anything for money. I don't know if that's a common thing that happens to everybody, but I'm just like, dude. Hot Cheetos are $5 a bag. The economy's in shambles. Do you even know whether or not this inflation is transitory or not, small child? Please leave me alone. Like, I don't know, man. Your area sounds really safe. No, not even remotely. So, another thing I forgot. Actually, I guess maybe the neighbor's cameras behind our house were not really intended for me, because Autumn told me I was asleep after work. I went to bed like right when we got home on Monday, but I guess there was like a huge like break-in or some sort of altercation with people screaming at each other back there. So maybe it's like we are worried that we are being stalked thing rather than them wanting to see my baby dick. Who could have guessed? In common these days, it's not the first time. There's a few. Autumn has made the mistake of giving a kid money and then they just start showing up to your house every fucking day. Yeah, that's fucked, Torpal. I didn't hear it. It was just Autumn, so I don't know what the hell happened. Is it child hobos? No, they're just trying to hustle. I mean, you look at... They're not wearing, like, fucked up clothes. Like, they're taken care of. They're fed. They probably just want to buy, like, fucking Robux shit, you know? I don't blame them for that, but I don't know. I don't really want them to keep knocking on my door and causing all the dogs to go crazy. Gotta get that gamer bag? Yeah, that's nice. There's that guy who got shot because his neighbor thought there was domestic abuse, but he's playing Dead by Daylight. If we're being honest, though, it's probably better to be gunned down in your house and killed than, like, play Dead by Daylight. I know that might be a tough pill to swallow, but I don't know, man. If I was at a point where I was playing that game, I should be so lucky. If you die playing Dead by Daylight, you get taken by the entity. I don't think I've ever played that. I played the one Friday the 13th one. Some spin-off that was similar around the same time it came out, but... Nothing comes up when I Google that. Pirate Idealist, you're being fact-checked. Holy shit. Pirate, you're gonna have to cite your sources. What the fuck? You trying to lie? In my stream chat? Think you can get away with this? I'm SMHing my head at you right now. I don't think they actually know the game, but everything else is true. Ooh, Tony Pizza. Uh-oh. Yeah. Sometimes it really is like that. Hello, Stark Angel. Remember that guy who got gunned down in his house on video by his stepdad, but ended up being the leader of a sex trafficking? He was like, what are you going to do, shoot me? And then was shot? I honestly can see myself going like the what are you going to do, shoot me, and then getting shot route. Specifically in the context of getting really... I do not practice safe driving on the road, and that I will genuinely really fuck with people who are being assholes driving. I have intentionally slowed down to fuck with people. Like if I'm going 10 over the speed limit and they're on my ass with those stupid lights, I will slow down and make sure they can't pass. That is probably the highest chance of me getting attacked by another human being. And I don't know. If they walked up with a gun, I'd probably like, you're gonna throw away your life to shoot me? Then I'd die. Unlucky. I don't know, just... One of the easiest ways to piss me off is, like, I hate people who just have no fucking manners. I don't hate them, but it's like, it's little things like just using your turn signal or expressing the most base level of consideration for anyone in the world around you. And so people who are incapable of doing that just make me so mad. It can be the driving thing. It could be having your phone playing loud-ass music in a quiet place. It could... anything like that just really fucking skeeves me out. I thank you, Clyde, for the 19-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Turn signal shifts my immediate trigger because I got hit with $800 in tickets because I didn't use mine to get off the highway. A group of boomers. It's so funny how I keep remembering. I said something completely awful and terrible when we went to the Renaissance Fair. I was getting kind of mad because we were walking to the front and there was like, alright, you've all played Terraria, right? You know the Wall of Flesh? It was like that, but with fat people going at like 2 miles an hour. I was getting so irritated, man. Like, there was no way you could get through without like brushing against them, and I was... like, they were walking in the perfect way to completely block off as much space as possible. I felt bad because they seemed like excited to go Renaissance Fair, but I'm like, please God, we have a limited amount of time on this earth. Like, hurry the fuck up. Goodbye, Salty. Well, we were behind them in Perry, and we wanted to go a little faster than 2 miles an hour. Probably wasn't malicious, but I'm just... It's those things that irritate me the most. Thank you, Scully Soli, for the 55 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. I do the same thing, but I'm not allowed to do that in the work van, but I take my time in front of people that honk. Yeah. Yeah. I use my horn very infrequently. I guess it just depends. Sometimes I really don't care. Game's turning out to be a real snoozer. I mean, that's a walking sim for you. It's just about talking with chat while exploring scenic locales. I was expecting a little more in terms of weird shit happening. Maybe it has and I've just not noticed. The reason I'm yawning, if that's what you're referencing, is I am really fucking tired. You're gonna be hearing that a lot lately, I'm sorry. Okay. This is like me. I'm soy championing as I'm about to put Farm Pig on the board, knowing that my opponent is about to face sure defeat with Misa Coco in the front. And just a bunch of fucking bums over here. Like, my team is way cooler. Who's your opponent? I'm not really sure. The white team? Fuck off, dude. Alright, yeah. Yeah, you know, my racism is showing. I just think Misa being on the black team, there's no street cred. Like, imagine if Misa showed up on stage with, like, the 2 Live crew. You got a bunch of roughneck, bulletproof motherfuckers cool as hell, and then there's just, like, Gooby Snoobert! No. On the black team? Yeah, I mean, you know Misa Coco. Farm Pig, do not XDDD me. Come on, brother. You made my hubby laugh at me. See, Farm Pig, you're mocking me, but I just made, Misa's always gonna remember the laugh that her husband made in this moment. She's not sleeping tonight. She's devastated. I think Misa might want to opt into a fight with Kid Pro Quo now. Misa's hardcore. She ain't afraid to evict that single mother of 4. Yeah, that's the joke, Misa. That's lit. Oh my fucking god, you're exasperating. Come on, Misa. I know you're smarter than this. You've got that razor sharp wit. God damn it. See, you would suck with the 2 Live crew. Holy shit, it's even worse than I thought. Oh, so you mean hoes? You mean like not the gardening tool? Oh, yeah, like women. Yeah, whoa, bitches. Yeah, I know. I have a friend who's bred Pomeranians. Yeah, he talks about fucking Jesus Christ. Come on, Misa. Get it together, bro. What's a doobie? Holy shit, what is this supposed to be? Garfield goes to heaven? Oh shit, there's the duck lurking in the corridor. Take shit literally, okay? I'm just messing. It can be difficult to interpret sometimes. Garfield has a deep conversation with Nermal. Dude, fuck this dumbass cop. Motherfucker looks like an Octo-Rock. Fuck you. Boy, howdy, I sure hate the police. What is that? Misa, could we get you to do a cover of the 2 Live Crew? That would be so fucking funny. I would pay you $100 for that. If you sang the entire thing in one take. No, sorry. What about the one where it's like, please, 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 let me ride that donkey, donkey, let me ride that donkey, donkey. You know that one, you're old. Everyone else is like, what the fuck is this guy on? But you've heard that song before, right? I know Kid has. Too traumatized to sing in front of us. Oh my god. Stop trauma dumping on me, Misa Coco, and sing the 2 Live Crew. Damn. Is this supposed to be like Truby trying to do, like, look at his own asshole? Or is that Mal? Okay. No, it's the Eraserhead baby. Old? Dude, I'm 31. I'm a fucking artifact now. It's my cousin Terry. Sometimes I feel like this is gonna be endless. $31 and 9 years on. I know. I know. Can you believe the Gangnam Style was 12 years ago? This takes place in the Mama Max cinematic universe. Oh my god. That was like one of the most satisfying downfalls I think I've ever seen in my life. Holy shit. Every time you mention it, I'm just sitting here like smirking a little bit. I'm not a nice person. What the fuck is this supposed to mean? I mean, alright, so you remember, like, it seems like just yesterday, like, Jenna would talk in this chat and would lust after, Hades characters, right? I mentioned earlier, I was asked about Hades, and it's like, last played 2020. What the fuck? It's been 4 goddamn years? It does not feel like that long ago. There he is. See, I was right. It wasn't a clown face. It's like a little dude trying to... Deleted 4 years from the time... Yeah, remember Animal Crossing streams? Good fucking times, right? Please don't hurt Pietro. He's such an epic heckin' chunker. I love him. Playthrough of Dark Souls? Nice. Dude, Lex is 1000% a furry. Are you kidding me? We're talking about the woman who was like, it is not furry to like Tony the Tiger. Or Volibear from League of Legends. Like, dude, get a fucking grip. Yummy meat. This looks like a Slim Jim. I don't remember Farm Pig. Is it furry to like Lola Bunny? Of course it is. What do you mean, dude? Thank you, Hand the Banana, for 13 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Checking your consistency? What, are you my shit doctor now? Yeah, you need to know about the regularity of my bowel movements? Open your mouth, bro. we could get to the bottom of this quickly. Definition of furry is pretty wide nowadays. I mean, you're talking to the person who has made the argument that the cat ear, cat girl thing is pretty fucking close to being a furry. A lot of people do not like it when I say that. It's close, but not there. It really depends. I think if you just like stumble, like genuinely stumble upon an image with like a attractive girl or boy or whatever that has cat ears, and you're like, oh wow, huh? That's fine. But if you're like, I need the cat ears, like specifically looking for like cat girls and shit, then I don't think you like, come on, dog. Owning a dog is furry too. If you want to have sex with the dog, yes. Furries don't want to. No, yeah, I think most people know that. It's way beyond furry. That sounds like something people would Photoshop into like a Sonic the Hedgehog meme. Good night, Siamese Sneeze. Do you think animals can be furries? No, not really. What if we end up in like Brazil? That'd be kind of cool. Animals are kind of like furries if they... Okay, I don't like this line of discussion. I would be very surprised if there were many instances of animals wanting to fuck people. I know there are some like the dolphins, but no. Like, we should not be entertaining this conversation further. We're gonna be like the fucking podcast full of white women talking about how sexy Great Danes are. Like, oh, when he goes, ruh-roh, I just, I pitch a 10. Oh my god, Scooby. Japanese have some legend about animal fuck human, and that might be... Yeah, I mean, I've seen the little, like, Japanese tapestries of the guy fucking the stingray. I know what you're talking about. Is that a real thing? Yes! Thank you, Seamus, for the 56-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hello, Joelle. Like, oh my god, Great Danes are kind of sexy. They're kind of hot. It's weird. I don't think they explicitly said, oh yeah, I want to, So, shit's weird. What? No, it was women, dog. Like, it was not men saying this shit. I mean, I'm sure there are some men who say that, but not in this particular instance. Actual literal podcast. Maybe I can fucking find it. Hold on. I'm gonna have to fucking find this shit. I don't know how to, like, Google search this. You do not have to find it? The fuck was the podcast? I have no idea. Oh well, I guess it didn't. It picks or it didn't happen. It didn't happen. You can rest assured there's no women out there who like Great Danes in that way. Fake podcast, maybe. Total podcast would go crazy? No. I don't have shit to talk about, like, ever. I have no rapport with virtually anyone. Like, what the hell would my podcast be about? Like, hi, my name's Tolomeo, and I, one time I ejaculated on my mother's pillow. Like, that's the opener every time, and just see where it goes. Sponsored by Whataburger? That's the dream. bring on new guests and talk about the miles of BBC in Korea. I think I found it. Want me to send it via Discord? Yes, please. This is important. Could do tier lists. I'm waiting with bated breath. Okay. One second, I have the file. I have to, How do I even fucking put this on? Give me a second. I'm old, I gotta figure this shit out.
The Great Danes are kind of like hot.
It's like giving Adam Driver.
Like I wouldn't obviously sexually abuse it, but I would feel horny.
Yeah, if Stuart was in a room with him.
I wouldn't feel horny, but I would feel like awkward being naked in front of the Great Danes.
I'd be like, you know, I'm peeing.
They're just so big.
Wait,
Like,
maybe
they're aware.
instead of a boyfriend, I should get a Great Dane and just be like, you're my boyfriend.
That would be fucking wild.
Maybe it was a joke, but I don't know. Yeah, poor Adam Driver, right? Kylo. No wonder he was hitting the fucking thing in the Star Wars movie. Well, I understand why he was so mad now. Women who want to fuck dogs, like comparing him to the dog. Awesome. Thank you, Cat Chat, for gifting a sub to Zombie Man. I appreciate it. Like a joke? Maybe. It could be, but, I don't know. I have a pretty fucked up sense of humor, and I don't usually joke about, like, fucking animals, saying they're hot. I literally don't think I've ever done that, actually. Ron Perlman gets compared to cats a lot. No, maybe it was. I don't know. I still think... That's one of those things where... I don't know. Just a weird thing to say, even if it is a joke. I mean, there have been times where people have made jokes and you just look at them like, yeah. Anyways, alrighty, whew, water place is on fire. Time to get the hell on out of here. I think my wife wants to go play tic-tac-toe. I gotta go. Shit. Uh-oh. Hey, bro, wait for me, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, bro, wait for me, bro. I'm going code geese on this shit? What the fuck? Damn, I paid $10 for this shit? What the fuck? No, I'm not saying that about the game, but like for the perspective of the guy in the VHS. The game is fine. Worst porno ever? I mean, I think that it would have been cool if you put the camera down and you see the guy like walking. But it kind of looked like he was just gonna go suck all the mannequins off. Like he didn't go that way. I'm not certain I've ever seen that. Like, an ending where you put the camera down, like the camera that you obviously had playing the game, and the person you were in control of is no longer under your control, and you see them, like, walk through the door, and just, it ends. That's kind of a cool idea. I could get behind that, but that's not really what happened. Just like Titanic, do we need the second tape? I have no fucking idea. Holy man. They need to make a game where you can find like a mermaid in the pool rooms, but it's a fucked up mermaid. It's not like a nice one. It's not like the... Maybe it could be like a boogie mermaid, and then it's pursuing you through the water labyrinth. I kind of feel like the pool ones always have that sort of, there's not going to be any monsters, there's not going to be any jump scares, it's going to be like chill and relaxing. I respect that, but I think it would be interesting to have one that was extremely stressful. Sounds like Classrooms. Did you play that? I don't think so. Are mermaids furries? Yeah, probably. Being pursued by Boogie, and you're a 20-year-old woman with a cluster B personality disorder. Naked and laughing. Christ almighty. Must be consistent. So, it depends on what it is you're attracted to, I think. Thank you, Wolfric, for the 42-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Like, if you see the top half of a woman and you're like, damn, she hot, and then it pans down to the fish, I don't think that, like, makes you a scaly. But if you're specifically like, yeah, Ariel, Cloaca, fucking Fishussy, Yippee, Fortnite, Coca-Cola, then yeah. You know? The fish woman likes Adam Driver. I don't know, man. I don't think I have enough insight into these hypotheticals to really give you a reasonable answer on that one. You have to think about that. Lay them eggs and let me beat my meat? Christ. Do you think mermaids mate with normal fish? Well, if they do, then, like, I'm pretty sure most egg-laying fish, they, like, shit out the eggs, and the dude just kind of, like, hovers above, like, a VTOL and just splooges all over them. It's not like the fish is like, hey, baby, you want to see something? And then he whips out his fish dick. And, you know, his fin, he takes his little pectoral fins and lovingly caresses the side of her fish face. And they just, you know, it's not really like that. It's different. It's a different process. I'm sure some of it, like sharks do. Sharks have claspers, and it's very violent sex where they will, like the females often have scars, and the scars you think, oh, it was actually a battle or something. But a lot of the time it's because they got laid. So sharks have very violent sex. You can very easily determine whether or not a shark is a man because it looks like they look like two wieners, basically. It's hard to miss. Animal tier list. But sharks are cool. Some of them, I don't know. Go on. No, that's really it. But typical fish, I think, do the lay the eggs in a little fucking bundle, and they just kind of get jizzed on. It'd be like, imagine if your honey shat out an egg. It's like, oh, baby, I want you so bad. And then fucking egg popped out, and then you just jerked off on it. That's kind of like what fish sex is, if you think about it. Except I guess it would be a lot of eggs. It would be like a ball pit sound, maybe. Like, oh, yeah, it's time. That sounds sick. Then you jerk off into the egg. I mean, you could emulate that. Like, you could role play that pretty easily. Kind of a future. It was a Magic School Bus episode, I'm pretty sure. There's, like, a popular meme where, like, they're just getting cumped on by the fish. I don't know if that's real, but I've seen that, and it's pretty funny. Type of disposable Tenga called an egg. And the become a fetish talk stream. It never stopped being that. It always is. How big would a human egg be? Damn, I heard myself. That'd be pretty fucking big. We're born underdeveloped, which I'm sure you all know, because our head is so big that if we spent more time in the oven, we'd like tear our mothers asunder. Would you carry an egg to term? No, I don't think so. Man, oh man. Brothers, it has been fun, but I think I am ready to get ready to retire for bed. Oh, fuck, dude, I'm sleepy. Once again, from now on when I stream, it's going to be starting 2 hours earlier than normal. So, probably going to stream tomorrow. Maybe not. I'm not going to promise, but I want to. Be 2 hours earlier than, so 6 p.m. Central. Alright, take it easy, dudes.